and all his brave companions were destroyed, one while he himself was blown here by the waves. Zeus orders you to send him on his way at once, since it is not his destiny to die here far away from those he loves. It is his fate to see his family and come back home, to his own native land. Calypso shuddered and let fly at him. You cruel, jealous gods! You bear a grudge whenever any goddess takes a man to sleep with as a lover in her bed. Just so the gods who live at ease were angry when rosy-fingered Dawn took up Orion, and from her golden throne, chaste Artemis attacked and killed him with her gentle arrows. Demeter with the cornrows in her hair indulged her own desire, and she made love with Lasian in triple-furrowed fields till Zeus found out, hurled flashing flame and killed him. So now, you male gods are upset with me for living with a man. A man I saved. 120 Zeus pinned his ship and with his flash of lightning smashed it to pieces. All his friends were killed out on the wine-dark sea. This man alone, clutching the keel, was swept by wind and wave, and came here, to my home. I cared for him and loved him, and I vowed to set him free from time and death forever. Still, I know no other god can change the will of Zeus. So let him go, if that is Zeus' order, across the barren sea. I will not give an escort for this trip across the water, I have no ships or rowers. But I will share what I know with him, and gladly give useful advice so he can safely reach his home. The mediator, Zeus Setvant, replied, Then send him now, avoid the wrath of Zeus, do not enrage him, or one day his rage will hurt you. With these words, he vanished, acknowledging the edict sent from Zeus. The goddess went to find Odysseus. She found him on the shore. His eyes were always tearful, he wept sweet life away, in longing to go back home, since she no longer pleased him. He had no choice. He spent his nights with her inside her hollow cave, not wanting her though she still wanted him. By day he sat out on the rocky beach, in tears and grief, staring in heartbreak at the fruitless sea. The goddess stood by him and said, Poor man! Stop grieving, please. You need not waste your life. I am quite ready now to send you off. Using your sword of bronze, cut trunks, and build a raft, fix decks across, and let it take you across the misty sea. I will provide water, red wine, and food, to stop you starving, and I will give you clothes, and send a wind to blow you safely home, if this is what those sky gods want. They are more powerful than me, they get their way. Odysseus, informed by many years of pain and loss, one shuddered and let his words fly out at her. Goddess, you have some other scheme in mind, not my safe passage. You are telling me to cross this vast and terrifying gulf in just a raft, when even stable schooners sped on by winds from Zeus would not succeed. No, goddess, I will not get on a raft, unless you swear to me a mighty oath you are not planning yet more pain for me. At that, divine Calypso smiled at him. She reached out and caressed him with her hand, saying, You scalawag! What you have said shows that you understand how these things work. But by this earth, and by the sky above, and by the waters of the Styx below, which is the strongest oath for blessed gods, I swear I will not plot more pain for you. I have made plans for you as I would do for my own self, if I were in your place. I am not made of iron, no, my heart one is kind and decent, and I pity you. And with those words, the goddess quickly turned and led the way, he followed in her footsteps. They reached the cave together, man and goddess. The chair that Hermes had been sitting on was empty now, Odysseus sat there. the goddess gave him human food and drink. She sat and faced godlike Odysseus while slave girls brought her nectar and ambrosia. They reached to take the good things set before them, and satisfied their hunger and their thirst. The goddess queen began. Odysseus, son of Laertes, blessed by Zeus, your plans are always changing. Do you really want to go back to that home you love so much? Well then, goodbye. But if you understood how glutted you will be with suffering before you reach your home, you would stay here with me and be immortal, though you might still wish to see that wife you always pine for. And anyway, I know my body is better than hers is. I am taller too. Mortals can never rival the immortals in beauty. So Odysseus, with tact, said, do not be enraged at me, great goddess. You are quite right. I know my modest wife Penelope could never match your beauty. She is a human, you are deathless, ageless. But even so, I want to go back home, and every day I hope that day will come. If some god strikes me on the wine dark sea, will endure it. By now I am used to suffering, I have gone through so much, at sea and in the war. Let this come too. The sun went down and brought the darkness on. They went inside the hollow cave and took the pleasure of their love, held close together. When vernal dawn first touched the sky with flowers, they rose and dressed. Odysseus put on his cloak and tunic, and Calypso wore her fine long robe of silver. Round her waist she wrapped a golden belt, and veiled her head. Then she prepared the journey for the man. She gave an axe that fitted in his grip, its handle made of finest olive wood, its huge bronze blade was sharp on either side. She also gave a polished adze. She led him out to the island's end, where tall trees grew, black poplar, alder, fir that touched the sky, good for a nimble boat of seasoned timber. When she had shown him where the tall trees grew, Calypso, queen of goddesses, went home. Odysseus began and made good progress. With his bronze axe he cut down 20 trunks, polished them skillfully and planed them straight. Calypso brought a gimlet and he drilled through every plank and fitted them together, fixing it firm with pegs and fastenings. As wide as when a man who knows his trade marks out the curving hull to fit a ship, so wide Odysseus marked out his raft. He notched the side decks to the close-set frame and fixed long planks along the ribs to finish. He set a mast inside, and joined to it a yardarm and a rudder to steer straight. He heaped the boat with brush, and caulked the sides with wicker work, to keep the water out. Calypso brought him fabric for a sail, and he constructed that with equal skill. He fastened up the braces, clothes, and halyards, and using levers, launched her on the sea. The work had taken 4 days, on the 5th Calypso let him go. She washed and dressed him in clothes that smelled of incense. On the raft she put a flask of wine, a bigger flask of water, and a large supply of food. She sent him off with gentle, lukewarm breezes. Gladly Odysseus spread out his sails to catch the wind, with skill he steered the rudder. No sleep fell on his eyes, he watched the stars, 270 the Pleiades, late-setting Boötes, and Bear, which people also call the Plough, which circles in one place, and marks Orion, the only star that has no share of ocean. Calypso, queen of goddesses, had told him to keep the Bear on his left side while sailing. He sailed the sea for 7 days and 10, and on the 18th day, a murky mountain of the Phaeacian land appeared. It rose up like a shield beyond the misty sea. Returning from the Ethiopians, and pausing on Mount Solyma, Poseidon, master of earthquakes, saw the distant raft. Enraged, he shook his head and told himself, This is outrageous. So it seems the gods have changed their plans about Odysseus while I was absent. He has almost reached Phaeacia, where it is his destiny to flee the rope of pain that binds him now. But I will goad him to more misery, till he is sick of it. He gathered up the clouds, and seized his trident and stirred round the sea and roused the gusts of heavy wind, and covered earth and sea with fog. Night stretched from heaven. Eurus, Notus, blasting Zephyr, and Boreas, the child of sky, all fell and rolled a mighty wave. Odysseus grew weak at knees. He cried out in despair, "More pain? How will it end? I am afraid the goddess spoke the truth, that I will have a sea of sufferings before I reach my homeland. It is coming true. Zeus whirls the air. Look at those clouds. He agitates the waves, as winds attack from all directions. I can hold on to one thing, certain death. Those Greeks were lucky, 3 and 4 times over, who died upon the plain of Troy to help the sons of Atreus. I wish I had died that same day the mass of Trojans hurled their bronze-tipped spears at me around the corpse 210 of Peleus' son. I would have had a funeral, an honor from the Greeks, but now I have to die this cruel death." A wave crashed onto him, and overturned the raft, and he fell out. The rudder slipped out of his hands. The winds blew all directions and one enormous gust snapped off the mast. The sail and yardarm drifted out to sea. Then for a long time rushing, crashing waves kept him submerged. He could not reach the surface. The clothes Calypso gave him weighed him down. At last he rose and spat the sour salt water out of his mouth. It gushed forth in a torrent. Despite his pain and weakness, he remembered his raft, and lunged to get it through the waves. He climbed on top of it and clung to life. The great waves carried it this way and that. As when the thistles, clumping close together, are borne across the prairie by the north wind, so these winds swept the raft across the sea. No, the south wind hurls it, then the north wind grabs it, then east wind yields and lets the west wind drive it. But stepping softly, Ino, the white goddess, Cadmus' child, once human-voiced, now honored with the gods in salty depths, noticed that he was suffering and lost, with pity. Like a gull with wings outstretched, she rose up from the sea, sat on the raft and said, "Poor man! Why does enraged Poseidon create an odyssey of pain for you? But his hostility will not destroy you. You seem intelligent. Do as I say. Strip off your clothes and leave the raft behind for winds to take away. With just your arms swim to Phaeacia. Fate decrees that there you will survive. Here, take my scarf and tie it under your chest. With this immortal veil, you need not be afraid of death or danger. But when you reach dry earth, untie the scarf and throw it out to sea, away from land, and turn away." With that, the goddess gave it, and plunged back down inside the surging sea, just like a gull. The black wave covered her. The hero who had suffered so much danger was troubled and confused. He asked himself, some deity has said to leave the raft. But what if gods are weaving tricks again? Will not trust her yet. With my own eyes I saw the land she said I should escape to, and it is far away. I will do this, as long as these wood timbers hold together, will hang on, however hard it is. But when the waves have smashed my raft to pieces, then I will have no choice, and I will swim." While he was thinking this, the lord of earthquakes, Poseidon, roused a huge and dreadful wave that arched above his head. He hurled it at him. As when a fierce wind ruffles up a heap of dry wheat chaff, it scatters here and there, so were the raft's long timbers flung apart. He climbed astride a plank and rode along as if on horseback. He took off the clothes Calypso gave him, but he tied the scarf around his chest, and dove into the sea, spreading his arms to swim. The Lord of Earthquakes saw him and nodded, muttering, "At last you are in pain. Go drift across the sea, till you meet people blessed by Zeus, the Sky Lord. But even then, I think you will not lack for suffering." He spurred his fine-maned horses, and went to Aegae, where he had his home. Athena, child of Zeus, devised a plan. She blocked the path of all the other winds, told them to cease and made them go to sleep, but roused swift Boreas and smoothed the waves in front of him, so that Odysseus could reach Phaeacia and escape from death. 2 days and nights he drifted on the waves, each moment he expected he would die. But when the dawn with dazzling braids brought day for the 3rd time, the wind died down. No breeze, but total calm. As he was lifted up by an enormous wave, he scanned around, and saw the shore nearby. As when a father lies sick and weak for many days, tormented by some cruel spirit, till at last the gods restore him back to life, his children feel great joy, Odysseus felt that same joy when he saw land. He swam and longed to set his feet on earth. But when he was in earshot, he heard the boom of surf against the rocks. The mighty waves were crashing on the shore, a dreadful belching. Everything was covered in salty foam. There were no sheltering harbors for ships, just sheer crags, reefs and solid cliffs. Odysseus' heart and legs gave way. Shaken but purposeful, he told himself, "Zeus went beyond my hopes and let me see dry land. I made it, cutting the abyss. But I see no way out from this grey sea." 4:10 There are steep cliffs offshore, and all around the rushing water roars, the rock runs sheer, the sea is deep near shore, there is no way to set my feet on land without disaster. If I attempt to scramble out, a wave will seize and dash me on the jagged rock, a useless effort. But if I swim on farther, looking for bays or coves or slanting beaches, storm winds may seize me once again and drag me, howling with grief, towards the fish-filled sea. 420 A god may even send a great sea monster, the kind that famous Amphitrite rears. I know Poseidon wants to do me harm. As he was thinking this, the waves grew big and hurled him at the craggy shore. His skin would have been ripped away, and his bones smashed, had not Athena given him a thought. He grabbed a rock as he was swept along with both hands, and clung to it, groaning, till the wave passed by. But then the swell rushed back, and struck him hard and hurled him out to sea. As when an octopus, dragged from its den, has many pebbles sticking to its suckers, so his strong hands were skinned against the rocks. A mighty wave rolled over him again. He would have died too soon, in misery, without the inspiration of Athena. He came up from the wave that spewed to shore and swam towards the land, in search of beaches with gradual slopes, or inlets from the sea. He swam until he reached a river's mouth. With gentle waters, that place seemed ideal, smooth and not stony, sheltered from the wind. He sensed its current, in his heart he prayed, "Unknown God, hear me. How I longed for you! I have escaped the salt sea and Poseidon. Even the deathless gods respect a man who is as lost as I am now. I have gone through so much and reached your flowing streams. Pity me, Lord. I am your supplicant." The current ceased, the river god restrained the waves and made them calm. He brought him safe into the river mouth. His legs cramped up, the sea had broken him. His swollen body gushed brine from mouth and nostrils. There he lay, winded and silent, hardly fit to move. A terrible exhaustion overcame him when he could breathe and think again. He took the goddess scarf off, and let it go into the river flowing to the sea. Strong currents swept it down and Eno's hands took it. He crawled on land and crouched beside the reeds and bent to kiss life-giving earth, and trembling, he spoke to his own heart. What now? What will become of me? If I stay up all wretched night beside this river, the cruel frost and gentle dew together may finish me, my life is thin with weakness. At dawn a cold breeze blows beside the river. But if I climb the slope to those dark woods, and go to rest in that thick undergrowth, letting sweet sleep take hold of me, and losing my cold and weariness, wild beasts may find me and treat me as their prey. But he decided to go into the woods. He found a place beside a clearing, near the water's edge. He crawled beneath two bushes grown together, of thorn and olive. No strong wet wind could blow through them, no shining sunbeam ever strike them, no rain could penetrate them, they were growing oh so thickly intertwined. Odysseus crept under, and he scraped a bed together, of leaves. There were enough to cover two against the worst of winter. Seeing this, the hero who had suffered for so long was happy. He lay down inside and heaped more leaves on top. As when a man who lives out on a lonely farm that has no neighbors buries a glowing torch inside black embers to save the seed of fire and keep a source asso, so was Odysseus concealed in leaves. Athena poured down sleep to shut his eyes so all his painful weariness could end. Book 6. A princess and her laundry _ Odysseus had suffered. In exhaustion from all his long ordeals, the hero slept. Meanwhile, Athena went to the Phaeacians. This people used to live in Hyperia, a land of dancing. But their mighty neighbors, the Cyclopes, kept looting them, and they could not hold out. Their king, Nausithous, brought them to Scheria, a distant place, and built a wall around the town, and homes, and temples to the gods, and plots of land. 10. He went to Hades. Then Alcinous, who has God-given wisdom, came to power. Bright-eyed Athena traveled to his palace, to help Odysseus journey home. She went inside the decorated bedroom where the young princess, Nausicaa, was sleeping, as lovely as a goddess. Slaves were sleeping outside her doorway, one on either side, two charming girls with all the graces gifts. The shining doors were shut, but like the winds, the goddess reached the bed of Nausicaa, disguised as her best friend, a girl her age, the daughter of the famous sailor Dymas. Sharp-eyed Athena said, "Oh, Nausicaa, so lazy! But your mother should have taught you. Your clothes are lying there in dirty heaps, though you will soon be married, and you need a pretty dress to wear, and clothes to give to all your bridesmaids. That impresses people, and makes the parents happy. When day comes 20 we have to do the laundry. I will come and help you, so the work will soon be done. Surely you will not long remain unmarried. The best young men here in your native land already want to court you. So at dawn go ask your father for the cart with mules, to carry dresses, scarves, and sheets. You should ride there, not walk, the washing pools are far from town." The goddess looked into her eyes, then went back to Olympus, which they say is where the gods will have their home forever. The place is never shaken by the wind or wet with rain or blanketed by snow. A cloudless sky is spread above the mountain, white radiance all round. The blessed gods live there in happiness forevermore. Then dawn came from her lovely throne, and woke the girl. She was amazed, remembering her dream, and in a fine dress, went to tell her parents, whom she found inside the hall. So her mother sat beside the hearth and spun sea-purpled yarn, her house girls all around her. Her father was just heading out to counsel with his renowned advisers, since his people had called him to a meeting. She stood near him and said, "Dear Daddy, please would you set up the wagon with the big smooth wheels for me, so I can take my fine clothes to the river to wash them? They are dirty. And you too should wear clean clothes for meeting your advisers, 60 dressed in your best to make important plans. Your 5 sons also, 2 of whom are married, but 3 are strapping single men. They always want to wear nice fresh laundered clothes when they are going dancing. This is on my mind." She said this since she felt too shy to talk of marriage to her father. But he knew, and answered, "Child, I would not grudge the mules or anything you want. Go on. The slaves can fit the wagon with its cargo rack." He called the household slaves, and they obeyed. They made the wagon ready and inspected its wheels, led up the mules, and yoked them to it. The girl brought out the multicolored clothes and put them on the cart, while in a basket her mother packed nutritious food for her, a varied meal, with olives, cheese, and wine, stored in a goat skin. Then the girl got in. Her mother handed her a golden flask of oil, to use when she had had her bath. Then Nausicaa took up the whip and reins, and cracked the whip. The mules were on their way, eager to go and rattling the harness, bringing the clothes and girl and all her slaves. They reached the lovely river where the pools are always full. The water flows in streams and bubbles up from underneath, to wash even the dirtiest of laundry. There they freed the mules and drove them to the river to graze on honeyed grass beside the stream. So the girls brought out the laundry from the cart, and brought it to the washing pools and trod it, competing with each other. When the dirt was gone, they spread the clothes along the shore, where salt sea washes pebbles to the beach. They bathed and rubbed themselves with olive oil. Then they sat on the riverbank and ate, and waited for the sun to dry the clothes. But when they finished eating, they took off their headscarves to play ball. The white-armed princess led them in play like Artemis the archer, running across the heights of Taygetus and Erymanthus. She is glad to run with boars and fleet-foot deer. The rustic daughters of Zeus the Aegis king play round about her, while Leto is delighted in her heart, seeing her daughter far above the rest, though all are beautiful. So Nausicaa stood out above them all. But when the girl was thinking she should head for home and yoke the mules, and pack the laundry up again, Athena's eyes flashed bright. "Odysseus must wake up, see the pretty girl, and have an escort to the town of the Phaeacians." The princess threw the ball towards a slave girl, who missed the catch. It fell down in an eddy. The girls all started screaming, very loudly. Odysseus woke up, and thought things over. "What is this country I have come to now? Are all the people wild and violent, or good, hospitable, and God-fearing? I heard the sound of female voices. Is it nymphs, who frequent the craggy mountain tops, and river streams and meadows lush with grass? Or could this noise I hear be human voices? I have to try to find out who they are." Odysseus jumped up from out the bushes. Grasping a leafy branch, he broke it off to cover up his manly private parts. Just as a mountain lion trusts its strength, and beaten by the rain and wind, its eyes burn bright as it attacks the cows or sheep, or wild deer, and hunger drives it on to try the sturdy pens of sheep, so need impelled Odysseus to come upon the girls with pretty hair, though he was naked. All caked with salt, he looked a dreadful sight. They ran along the shore quite terrified, some here, some there. But Nausicaa stayed still. Athena made her legs stop trembling and gave her courage in her heart. She stood there. He wondered, should he touch her knees, or keep some distance and use charming words, to beg the pretty girl to show him to the town, and give him clothes. At last he thought it best to keep some distance and use words to beg her. The girl might be alarmed at being touched. His words were calculated flattery. "My lady, please. Are you divine or human? If you are some great goddess from the sky, you look like Zeus' daughter Artemis. You are as tall and beautiful as she. But if you live on earth and are a human, your mother and your father must be lucky, your brothers also lucky 3 times over. Their hearts must be delighted, seeing you, their flourishing new sprout, the dancer's leader. And that man will be luckiest by far, who takes you home with dowry, as his bride. I have seen no one like you. Never, no one. My eyes are dazzled when I look at you. I traveled once to Delos, on my way to war and suffering, my troops marched with me. Beside Apollo's altar sprang a sapling, a fresh young palm. I gazed at it and marveled. I never saw so magical a tree. My lady, you transfix me that same way. I am in awe of you, afraid to touch your knees. But I am desperate. I came from ODYSSEY, and for 20 days storm winds and waves were driving me, adrift until yesterday some god washed me up right here, perhaps to meet more suffering. I think my troubles will not end until the gods have done their all. My lady, pity me. Battered and wrecked, I come to you, you first, and I know no one else in this whole country. Show me the town, give me some rags to wear, if you brought any clothes when you came here. So may the gods grant all your heart's desires. 120 A home and husband, somebody like-minded. For nothing could be better than when 2 live in one house, their minds in harmony, husband and wife. Their enemies are jealous, their friends delighted, and they have great honor. Then white-armed Nausicaa replied, "Well, stranger, you seem a brave and clever man, you know that Zeus apportions happiness to people, to good and bad, each one as he decides. Your troubles come from him, and you must bear them. But since you have arrived here in our land, you will not lack for clothes or anything a person needs in times of desperation. I will show you the town. The people here are called Phaeacians, and I am the daughter of the great king Alcinous, on whom depends the strength and power of our people." And then she called her slaves with braided hair. "Wait, girls! Why are you running from this man? Do you believe he is an enemy? No living person ever born would come to our Phaeacia with a hostile mind, since we are much beloved by the gods. Our island is remote, washed round by sea, we have no human contact. But this man is lost, poor thing. We must look after him. All foreigners and beggars come from Zeus, and any act of kindness is a blessing. So give the stranger food and drink, and wash him down in the river." Sheltered from the wind. They stopped, and egged each other on to take Odysseus to shelter, as the princess, the daughter of Alcinous, had told them. They gave him clothes, a tunic and a cloak, the olive oil and the golden flask, and led him down to wash beside the river. Odysseus politely said, "Now, girls, wait at a distance here, so I can wash my grimy back, and rub myself with oil. It has been quite a while since I have done it. Please let me wash in private. I am shy of being naked with you pretty girls with lovely hair." So they withdrew, and told their mistress. Then he used the river water to scrub the brine off from his back and shoulders, and wash the crusty sea salt from his hair. But when he was all clean and richly oiled, dressed in the clothes the young unmarried girl had given him, Athena made him look bigger and sturdier, and made his hair grow curling tendrils like a hyacinth. As when Athena and Hephaestus teach a knowledgeable craftsman every art, and he pours gold on silver, making objects more beautiful, just so Athena poured attractiveness across his head and shoulders. Then he went off and sat beside the sea. His handsomeness was dazzling. The girl was shocked. She told her slaves with tidy hair, "Now listen to me, girls. The gods who live on Mount Olympus must have wished this man to come in contact with my godlike people. Before, he looked so poor and unrefined, now he is like a god that lives in heaven. I hope I get a man like this as husband, a man that lives here and would like to stay. But, girls, now give the stranger food and drink." She gave her orders and the girls obeyed. They gave Odysseus some food and drink. He wolfed the food and drank. He was half-starved, it had been ages since he tasted food. Then white-armed Nausicaa had formed a plan. Folding the clothes, she packed them in the wagon, and yoked the mules, and then she climbed inside. She gave Odysseus some clear instructions. "Stranger, get ready, you must go to town, and I will have you meet the best of all our people. You seem smart, do as I say. While we are passing through the fields and farmlands, you have to follow quickly with the girls 260 behind the mules, and let me lead the way. Then we will reach the lofty city wall, which has a scenic port on either side, and one slim gate, where cut ships are drawn up along the road, a special spot for each. The meeting place surrounds Poseidon's shrine, fitted with heavy stones set deep in earth. And there the workers make the ship's equipment, cables and sails, and there they plane the oars. Phaeacians do not care for archery, too. Their passion is for sails and oars and ships, on which they love to cross the dark grey ocean. The people in the town are proud, I worry that they may speak against me. Someone rude may say, who is that big strong man with her, where did she find that stranger? Will he be her husband? She has got him from a ship, a foreigner, since no one lives near here, or else a god, the answer to her prayers, descended from the sky to hold her tight. Better if she has found herself a man from elsewhere, since she scorns the people here, although she has so many noble suitors. So they will shame me. I myself would blame a girl who got too intimate with men before her marriage, and who went against her loving parents' rules. But listen, stranger, I will explain the quickest way to gain my father's help to make your way back home. Beside the road there is a grove of poplars, it has a fountain, and a meadow round it. It is Athena's place, where father has his orchard and estate, as far from town as human voice can carry. Sit down there and wait until I reach my father's house in town. But when you think I have arrived, walk on and ask directions for the palace of King Alcinous, my mighty father. It will be very easy finding it, a tiny child could guide you there. It is 200 unlike the other houses in Phaeacia. Go through the courtyard, in the house and on straight to the great hall. You will find my mother sitting beside the hearth by firelight, and spinning her amazing purple wool. She leans against a pillar, slaves behind her. My father has a throne right next to hers. He sits and sips his wine, just like a god. But pass him by, embrace my mother's knees to supplicate. If you do this, you quickly will reach your home, however far it is in happiness. If she is good to you, and looks upon you kindly in her heart, you can be sure of getting to your house, back to your family and native land. With that, she used her shining whip to urge the mules to go. They left the river streams, and trotted well and clipped their hooves along. She drove an easy pace to let her slaves and great Odysseus keep up on foot. The sun was setting when they reached the grove, the famous sanctuary of Athena. Odysseus sat in it, and at once he prayed to mighty Zeus' daughter. "Hear me, daughter of Zeus, unvanquished queen. If ever, when that earth-shaker god was wrecking me, you helped me, may they pity me and give me kind welcome in Phaeacia." And Athena heard him but did not yet appear to him, respecting her own brother in his fury against Odysseus till he reached home. Book 7 A Magical Kingdom. Odysseus sat patiently and prayed. Meanwhile, the fine strong mules conveyed the girl to town. She reached her father's palace gate. Her brothers gathered round her like immortals. They took the harness off the mules and brought the clothes inside. She went to her own room. Eurymedusa, her old slave, had lit a fire for her. This woman had been brought from Epire by ship, long years before. The people chose to give her to the king because they bowed before him like a god. She used to babysit young Nausicaa, and now she lit her fire and cooked her meal. Odysseus walked briskly to the town. Athena helpfully surrounded him with mist that kept him safe from rude remarks from people who might ask him who he was. When he had almost reached the lovely city, bright-eyed Athena met him, like a girl, young and unmarried, with a water pitcher. Too, she stopped in front of him. Odysseus said, "Child, would you escort me to the house of King Alcinous, who rules this land? I have been through hard times. I traveled here from far away, I am a foreigner, and I know no one who lives here in town or anywhere round here." With twinkling eyes the goddess answered, "Mr. Foreigner, we'll take you to where you want to go. The king lives near my father's home. But you 20 must walk in silence. Do not look at people, and ask no questions. People here are not too keen on strangers coming from abroad, although they like to cross the sea themselves. They know their ships go very fast. Poseidon gave them this gift. Their boats can fly like wings, or quick as thoughts." The goddess led him there. He followed closely in her skipping steps. The seafaring Phaeacians did not see him. As he passed through the town, since that great goddess, pigtailed Athena, in her care for him made him invisible with magic mist. He was amazed to see the ships and harbors and meeting places of the noblemen, and high walls set with stakes on top, a wonder. They reached the splendid palace of the king. Divine Athena winked at him and said, "Here, Mr. Foreigner, this is the house you wanted me to take you to. You will find them, the king and queen, inside at dinner. Do not be scared, go in. The brave succeed in all adventures, even those who come from countries far away. First greet the queen. Arete is her name. The king and queen have common ancestry. Nausithous. Eurymedon was long ago the king over the giants, who were proud and bad. He killed them, his own people, and then he got killed as well. His youngest daughter was named Paraboe. She was very pretty, Poseidon slept with her. She had a child, Nausithous, and he became the king here in Phaeacia, and he had 2 sons, our king Alcinous, and Rhexenor. Apollo shot that Rhexenor when he was newly married, with no son. He left a daughter, our Arete, and her uncle, Alcinous, made her his wife. No woman is honored as he honors her. She is precious to him, her children, and the people. We look at her as if she were a goddess, and point her out when she walks through our town. She is extremely clever and perceptive, She solves disputes to help the men she likes. If she looks on you kindly in her heart, you have a chance of seeing those you love, and getting back again to your big house and homeland." So bright-eyed Athena left him. She went from lovely Scheria, across the tireless sea, to Marathon and Athens, and went inside Erechtheus' palace. Odysseus approached the royal house, and stood there by the threshold made of bronze. His heart was mulling over many things. The palace of the mighty king was high, and shone like rays of sunlight or of moonlight. The walls were bronze all over, from the entrance back to the bedrooms, and along them ran a frieze of blue. Gold doors held safe the house. Pillars of silver rose up from the threshold, the lintel silver, and the handle, gold. Silver and golden dogs stood at each side, made by Hephaestus with great artistry, to guard the home of brave Alcinous Myrtle dogs, unaging for all time. At intervals were seats set in the walls, right from the doorway to the inner rooms, with soft embroidered throws, the work of women. Phaeacian lords and ladies sat upon them, eating and drinking, since they lacked for nothing. Boys made of gold were set on pedestals, and they held burning torches in their hands, lighting the hall at night for those at dinner. The king had 50 slave girls in his house. Some ground the yellow grain upon the millstone, others wove cloth and sat there spinning yarn, with fingers quick as rustling poplar leaves, and oil was dripping from the woven fabric. Just as Phaeacian men have special talent for launching ships to sea, the women Thermo are expert weavers, since Athena gave them fine minds and skill to make most lovely things. Outside the courtyard by the doors there grows an orchard of 4 acres, hedged around. The trees are tall, luxuriant with fruit. Bright-colored apples, pears and pomegranate, sweet figs and fertile olives, and the crop never runs out or withers in the winter, nor in the summer. Fruit grows all year round. The west wind always blows and makes it swell and ripen, mellowing pear on mellowing pear, apple on apple, grapes on grapes, and figures a fertile vineyard too is planted there. They use the warmer side, a flattened slope, for drying grapes in sunshine. They pick bunches and trample them, while unripe clusters open and shed their blooms, and others turn to purple. There are 2 springs, one flows all through the garden, the other gushes from the courtyard threshold, towards the palace, and the people draw fresh water. So the gods had blessed the house of King Alcinous with lovely gifts. Hardened, long-suffering Odysseus stood there and stared, astonished in his heart, then quickly strode across the palace threshold. He found the lordly leaders of Phaeacia pouring drink offerings for sharp-eyed Hermes, to whom they give libations before bed. Odysseus went in the house disguised in mist with which Athena covered him, until he reached Arete and the king. He threw his arms around Arate's knees, and all at once, the magic mist dispersed. They were astonished when they saw the man, and all fell silent. Then Odysseus said, "Queen Arete, child of Rhexenor, I have had many years of pain and loss. I beg you, and your husband, and these men who feast here, may the gods bless you in life, and may you leave your children wealth and honor. Now help me, please, to get back home, and quickly. I miss my family. I have been gone so long it hurts." He sat down by the hearth among the ashes of the fire. They all were silent till Echinus spoke up. He was an elder statesman of Phaeacia, a skillful orator and learned man. Wanting to help, he said, "Alcinous, you know it is not right to leave a stranger sitting there on the floor beside the hearth among the cinders. Everyone is waiting for you to give the word. Make him get up, and seat him on a silver chair, and order wine to be poured, so we may make libations to Zeus the Thunder Lord, who loves the needy. The house girl ought to bring the stranger food out from the storeroom." So Alcinous reached for Odysseus' hand, and raised the many-minded hero from the ashes. He made Laodamas, his favorite son, vacate his chair so he could sit beside him. The slave girl brought him water in a pitcher of gold to wash his hands, and poured it out over a silver bowl, and fetched a table of polished wood. A humble slave brought out bread and an ample plate full of the meat. Half stat-ved and weak, the hero ate and drank. Majestic King Alcinous addressed Pontonous, the wine boy. "Go and mix a bowl and serve the wine to all our guests 12 so we may offer drink to thundering Zeus who blesses those in need." The boy mixed up the sweet, delicious wine, and filled the cups for everyone, with first pour for the gods. They made the offerings and drank as much as they desired, and then Alcinous said, "Listen, lords. Hear what my heart commands. The feast is over, go home, go to bed. At dawn, we will call more of our best men, and host the stranger in our halls, and offer so fine sacrifices to the gods, then plan how we may help his journey, so our guest may travel quickly, without pain or trouble, encountering no trouble on the way, however far away it is, until he reaches home. Once there, he must endure whatever was spun out when he was born by fate and by the heavy ones, the spinners. But if he is immortal, come from heaven, the gods have changed their ways, since in the past 200 they used to show themselves to us directly. Whenever we would give them hecatombs, they sit and eat among us. Even if just one of us meets them alone, out walking, they do not hide from us. We are close friends, as are the giants and cyclopic peoples." Odysseus, with careful calculation, said, "No, Alcinous, please think again. I am not like the deathless gods in heaven. My height is normal. I look like a human. In pain I am a match for any man, whoever you may know that suffers most. I could tell many stories of the dangers that I have suffered through, gods willed it so. But let me have my meal, despite my grief. The belly is just like a whining dog, it begs and forces one to notice it, despite exhaustion or the depths of sorrow. My heart is full of sorrow, but my stomach is always telling me to eat and drink. It tells me to forget what I have suffered, and fill it up. At dawn tomorrow, help me to reach my homeland, after all this pain. May I live out my final days in sight of my own property and slaves and home." They all agreed the stranger's words made sense, and that he should be sent back home. They poured drink offerings to the gods, and drank as much as they desired, then all went home to bed. Odysseus was left there in the hall, sitting beside Arete and the godlike Alcinous. The dishes from the feast were cleaned up by the slaves. White-armed Arete had noticed his fine clothes, the cloak and shirt she wove herself, with help from her slave girls. Her words flew out to him as if on wings. "Stranger, let me be first to speak to you. Where are you from? And who gave you those clothes? I thought you said you drifted here by sea." Planning his words with careful skill, he answered, "It would be difficult, Your Majesty, to tell it all, the gods have given me so many troubles. I will tell you this. There is an island, far out in the sea, Ogygia, where the child of Atlas lives, the mighty goddess with smooth braids, the crafty Calypso, friend to neither gods nor mortals. A spirit brought me to her hearth, alone, when Zeus scooped up my ship and with bright lightning split it apart across the wine-dark sea. All of my comrades, my brave friends, were killed. I wrapped my arms around the keel and floated for 10 days. On the 10th black night, the gods carried me till I reached ODYSSEY, home of the beautiful and mighty goddess Calypso. Lovingly she cared for me, vowing to set me free from death and time forever. But she never swayed my heart. I stayed for 7 years, she gave me clothes like those of gods, but they were always wet to E0 with tears. At last the 8th year rolled around, and word came down from Zeus that I must go, and finally her mind was changed. She sent me upon a well-bound wooden raft, equipped with food, sweet wine, and clothes as if for gods, and sent a fair warm wind. I sailed the sea for 17 long days. On day 18 the murky mountains of your land appeared, and I was overjoyed, but more bad luck was hurled at me. Poseidon roused the windsuck to block me, and he stirred the sea. I sobbed, and clung there, going nowhere, till my raft was smashed to pieces by the massive storm. But I swam through this gulf of water till the current brought me here. If I had tried to land at once, I would have been swept back against the crags. I swam away, until I reached a river mouth, which seemed a perfect spot for landing. It was sheltered from wind, and smooth, quite free from rocks. So there I flopped and tried to gather up my strength until the holy nightfall. Then I crawled out of the rain-fed river to the bank, and hid inside the bushes, and I heaped some leaves to cover me. Some god poured down deep sleep. With heavy heart I slept all night and through the dawn to noon, beneath the leaves. Then in the afternoon, when sleep released me, I woke, and saw girls playing on the beach, your daughter, like a goddess, and her slaves. 290 I prayed to her. One would not think a girl as young as her would have so much good sense. Young people are not usually so thoughtful. She was so kind to me, she gave me food and wine, and had them wash me in the river, and let me have these clothes. Now I have told you the truth, no matter what. Alcinous said, just one of these things that my daughter did was not correct. She should have brought you here to us herself, escorted by her slave girls, since you had supplicated first to her. With careful tact Odysseus replied, your daughter is quite wonderful, great king. Please do not blame her. She told me to come here with her slaves, but I was too embarrassed, and nervous. I thought you might get annoyed at seeing me. We humans on this earth are apt to be suspicious. And the king replied, my heart is not the type to feel anger for no good reason. Moderation is always best. Athena, Zeus, Apollo, what a congenial man you are. I wish you would stay here, and marry my own daughter, and be my son. I would give you a home and wealth if I would like to stay. If not, we will not keep you here against your will. May Zeus not have it so. As for your journey, I give my word that you can go tomorrow. Lying down, lulled to sleep, you will be rowed across the peaceful sea until you reach 220, your land and home Oregon, anywhere you want, even beyond Euboea, which our people saw when they carried fair-haired Rhadamanthus to visit Tityrus, the son of Gaia. It is supposed to be the farthest shore on earth, but they were there and back that day, not even tired. That shows just how fine my ships are, and my men who stir the sea with oars. At that Odysseus, who had endured so much, was happy, and he prayed, O Father Zeus, may everything come true just as Alcinous has said. So may his fame burn bright forever on the earth, and may I reach my home. Then at these words, white-armed Arete called to her attendants to put a bed out on the porch and lay fine purple blankets on it, and to spread covers and woolly quilts across the top. With torches in their hands they bustled out. They made the bed up neatly, very fast, then came and called Odysseus. "Now guest, get up and come outside, your bed is ready." Odysseus was glad to go to sleep after his long adventures, on that bed surrounded by the rustling of the porch. Alcinous was sleeping in his room, beside his wife, who made their bed and shared it. Book 8 The Songs of a Poet. Soon dawn appeared and touched the sky with roses. Majestic, holy King Alcinous leapt out of bed, as did Odysseus, the city sacker. Then the blessed king, mighty Alcinous, led out his guest to the Phaeacian council by the ships. They sat there side by side on polished stones. Meanwhile, Athena walked all through the town, appearing like the royal messenger. To help Odysseus' journey home she stood beside each man in turn and said, "My lord, come to the meeting place, to learn about the visitor to our king's home. Despite his wanderings by sea, he looks like an immortal god." So she roused up the hearts and minds of each, and soon the seats of council were filled up, the men assembled. Seeing Laertes' clever son, the crowd marveled. Athena poured unearthly charm upon his head and shoulders, and she made him 20 taller and sturdier, so these Phaeacians would welcome and respect him, when he managed the many trials of skill that they would set to test him. When the people were assembled, Alcinous addressed them. "Hear me, leaders and chieftains of Phaeacia. I will tell you the promptings of my heart. This foreigner, I do not know his name, came wandering from west or east and showed up at my house. He begs and prays for help to travel on. Let us assist him, as we have before with other guests. No visitor has ever been forced to linger in my house. We always give them safe passage home. Now let us launch a ship for her maiden voyage on the water, and choose a crew of 52, the men selected as the best, and lash the oars beside the benches. Then return to shore, and come to my house. Let the young men hurry to cook a feast. I will provide supplies. Oh, plenty for everyone. And I invite you also, lords, to welcome him with me. Do not refuse. We also must invite Demodocus, the poet. Gods inspire him, so any song he chooses to perform is wonderful to hear." He led the way. The lords went with him, and the houseboy fetched the bard. The 52 select young men went to the shore, just as the king commanded. They reached the restless salty sea, and launched the black ship on the depths, set up the mast and sails, and fastened in the oars, by tying each to its leather thole strap, all in order. They spread the white sails wide, and moored the ship out in the water. Then the men walked up towards the mighty palace of the king. The halls and porticos were thronged with people, both old and young. To feed his many guests Alcinous killed 12 sheep, and 8 boars with silver tusks, and 2 slow lumbering cows. Go skinning the animals, they cooked a feast. The houseboy brought the poet, whom the muse adored. She gave him 2 gifts, good and bad. She took his sight away, but gave sweet song. The wine boy brought a silver-studded chair and propped it by a pillar, in the middle of all the guests, and by a peg he hung the poet's lyre above his head and helped him to reach it, and he set a table by him, and a bread basket and a cup of wine, to drink whenever he desired. They all took food. When they were satisfied, the muse prompted the bard to sing of famous actions, an episode whose fame has touched the sky. Achilles and Odysseus quarrel. How at a splendid sacrificial feast, they argued bitterly, and Agamemnon was glad because the best of the Achaeans were quarreling, since when he had consulted the oracle at Pytho, crossing over Go the entry stone, Apollo had foretold that this would be the start of suffering for Greeks and Trojans, through the plans of Zeus. So sang the famous bard. Odysseus with his strong hands picked up his heavy cloak of purple, and he covered up his face. He was ashamed to let them see him cry. Each time the singer paused, Odysseus wiped tears, drew down the cloak and poured a splash of wine out of his goblet, for the gods. But each time, the Phaeacian nobles urged the bard to sing again. They loved his songs. So he would start again. Odysseus would moan and hide his head beneath his cloak. Only Alcinous could see his tears, since he was sitting next to him, and heard his sobbing. So he quickly spoke. "My lords, we have already satisfied our wish for feasting, and the lyre, the feast's companion. Now let us go outside and set up contests in every sport, so when our guest goes home he can tell all his friends we are the best at boxing, wrestling, high jumping, and sprinting." With that he led the way, the others followed. The boy took down the lyre from its peg and took Demodocus' hand to lead him out with the crowd who went to watch the games. Many young athletes stood there: Acroneus, Ocyllus, Elatreus, Nautius, Thun, Anchialus, Erytmus, Anabasinus, and Pontus, Primnus, Proreus, Amphialus, the son of Polynos, son of Tecton, and Nobolus' son, Euryalus, like Ares, cause of ruin. In his looks and strength, he was the best in all Phaeacia, after Laodamas. 3 sons of great Alcinous stood up: Laodamas, godlike Clytonius, and Halius. First came the footrace. They lined up, then dashed all in an instant, right around the track so fast they raised the dust up from the field. Clytonius was the best by far at sprinting. He raced past all the others by the length of a field plowed by mules, and reached the crowd. Next came the brutal sport of wrestling, in which Euryalus was best. In jumping, Amphialus excelled. And at the discus, by far the best of all was Elatreus. The prince Laodamas excelled at boxing. They all enjoyed the games. When they were over, Laodamas, Alcinous' son, said, "Now my friends, we ought to ask the stranger if he plays any sports. His build is strong, his legs and arms and neck are very sturdy, and he is in his prime, though he has been broken by suffering. No pain can shake a man as badly as the sea, however strong he once was." Euryalus replied, "You are quite right, Laodamas. Why Notre-o? Call out to challenge him yourself." The noble son of Alcinous agreed with him. He stood up in the middle of them all and called Odysseus. "Come here," he said. "Now you, sir. You should try our games as well. If you know any sports, it seems you would. Nothing can be more glorious for a man, in a whole lifetime, than what he achieves with hands and feet. So try, set care aside. Soon you will travel, since your ship is launched. The crew is standing by." Odysseus thought carefully. He had a plan. He answered, "Laodamas, why mock me with this challenge? My heart is set on sorrow, not on games, since I have suffered and endured so much that now I only want to get back home. I sit here praying to your king and people to grant my wish." Euryalus responded with outright taunting. "Stranger, I suppose you must be ignorant of all athletics. I know your type. The captain of a crew of merchant sailors, you roam round at sea and only care about your freight and cargo, keeping close watch on your ill-gotten gains. You are no athlete." With a scowl, he answered, "What crazy arrogance from you, you stranger! The gods do not bless everyone the same, with equal gifts of body, mind, or speech. One man is weak, but gods may crown his words with loveliness. Men gladly look to him, his speech is steady, with calm dignity. He stands out from his audience, and when he walks through town, the people look at him as if he were a god. Another man has godlike looks but no grace in his words. Like you look impressive, and a god could not improve your body. But your mind is crippled. You have stirred my heart to anger with these outrageous comments. I am not lacking experience of sports and games. When I was young, I trusted my strong arms and was among the first. Now pain has crushed me. I have endured the agonies of war, and struggled through the dangers of the sea. But you have challenged me and stung my heart. Despite my suffering, I will compete. With that he leapt up, cloak and all, and seized a massive discus, heavier than that used by the others. He spun around, drew back his arm and from his brawny hand he hurled. The stone went humming. The Phaeacians, known for rowing, ducked down cowering beneath its arc, it flew beyond the other pegs. Athena marked the spot. In human guise she spoke. A blind man, stranger, could discern this mark by groping. It is far ahead of all the others. You can celebrate, you won this round, and none of them will ever throw further or as far. Odysseus was thrilled to realize he had a friend to take his side, and with a lighter heart, he told the young Phaeacians, "Try to match this. If you can do it, I will throw another, as far or farther. You have made me angry, so I will take you on in any sport. Come on. In boxing, wrestling, or sprinting, we'll compete with anyone, except Laodamas, he is my host. Who would fight with a friend? A man who challenges those who have welcomed him in a strange land me is worthless and a fool, he spites himself. But I will challenge any of you others. Test my ability, let me know yours. I am not weak at any sport men practice. I know the way to hold a polished bow. I always was the first to hit my man out of a horde of enemies, though many comrades stood by me, arrows taking aim. At Troy, when the Achaeans shot their bows, the only one superior to Mezzo was Philoctetes. Other men who eat their bread on earth are all worse shots than me. But I will not compete with super-archers, with Heracles or Eurytus, who risked competing with the gods at archery. Apollo was enraged at him and killed him as soon as he proposed it. He died young and did not reach old age in his own home. And I can throw a spear beyond the shots that others reach with arrows. I am only concerned that one of you may win the footrace. I lost my stamina and my legs weakened during my time at sea, upon the raft. I could not do my exercise routine. The crowd was silent, but Alcinous said, "Sir, you have expressed, with fine good manners, your wish to show your talents, and your anger at that man who stood up in this arena and mocked you, as no one who understands how to speak properly would ever do. You, now listen carefully, so you may tell your own fine friends at home when you are feasting beside your wife and children, and remember our skill in all the deeds we have accomplished from our forefathers' time till now. We are not brilliant at wrestling or boxing, but we are quick at sprinting, and with ships we are the best. We love the feast, the lyre, dancing and varied clothes, hot baths, and bed. But now let the best dancers of Phaeacia perform, so that our guest may tell his friends when he gets home, how excellent we are at seafaring, at running, and at dancing and song. Let someone bring the well-tuned lyre from inside, for Demodocus go quickly." So spoke the king. The houseboy brought the lyre. The people chose 9 referees to check the games were fair. They leveled out a floor for dancing, with a fine wide ring around. The houseboy gave Demodocus the lyre. He walked into the middle, flanked by boys, young and well-trained, who tapped their feet performing the holy dance, their quick legs bright with speed. Odysseus was wonderstruck to see it. The poet strummed and sang a charming song about the love of fair-crowned Aphrodite for Ares, who gave lavish gifts to her and shamed the bed of Lord Hephaestus, where they secretly had sex. The sun god saw them, and told Hephaestus bitter news for him. 270 He marched into his forge to get revenge, and set the mighty anvil on its block, and hammered chains so strong that they could never be broken or undone. He was so angry at Ares. When his trap was made, he went inside the room of his beloved bed, and twined the mass of cables all around the bedposts, and then hung them from the ceiling, like slender spiderwebs, so finely made that nobody could see them, even gods. The craftsmanship was so ingenious. When he had set that trap across the bed, he traveled to the cultured town of Lemnos, which was his favorite place in all the world. Ares the Golden Rider had kept watch. He saw Hephaestus, famous wonder worker, leaving his house, and went inside himself. He wanted to make love with Aphrodite. She had returned from visiting her father, the mighty son of Cronus. There she Saturdays. Then Ares took her hand and said to her, "My darling, let us go to bed. Hephaestus is out of town, he must have gone to Lemnos to see the Sintians whose speech is strange." She was excited to lie down with him. They went to bed together. But the chains ingenious Hephaestus had created wrapped tight around them, so they could not move or get up. Then they knew that they were trapped. The limping god drew near. Before he reached 200, the land of Lemnos, he had turned back home. Troubled at heart, he came towards his house. Standing there in the doorway, he was seized by savage rage. He gave a mighty shout, calling to all the gods, "O Father Zeus, and all you blessed gods who live forever, look! You may laugh, but it is hard to bear. See how my Aphrodite, child of Zeus, is disrespecting me for being Lame. She loves destructive Ares, who is strong 210 and handsome. I am weak. I blame my parents. If only I had not been born. But come, see where those two are sleeping in my bed, as lovers. I am horrified to see it. But I predict they will not want to lie longer like that, however great their love. Soon they will want to wake up, but my trap and chains will hold them fast, until her father pays back the price I gave him for his daughter. Her eyes stare at me like a dog. She is so beautiful, but lacking self-control." The gods assembled at his house, Poseidon, Earth-shaker, helpful Hermes, and Apollo. The goddesses stayed home, from modesty. The blessed gods who give good things were standing inside the doorway, and they burst out laughing, at what a clever trap Hephaestus set. And as they looked, they said to one another, "Crime does not pay. The slow can beat the quick." As now Hephaestus, who is lame and slow, has used his skill to catch the fastest sprinter of all those on Olympus. Ares owes the price for his adultery. They gossiped. Apollo, son of Zeus, then said to Hermes, "Hermes my brother, would you like to sleep with golden Aphrodite, in her bed, even weighed down by mighty chains?" And Hermes the sharp-eyed messenger replied, "Ah, brother, Apollo lord of archery, if only would be bound 3 times as tight or more as Oh, and let you gods and all your wives look on, if only I could sleep with Aphrodite." Then laughter rose among the deathless gods. Only Poseidon did not laugh. He begged and pleaded with Hephaestus to release Ares. He told the wonder-working god, "Now let him go. I promise he will pay the penalty in full among the gods, just as you ask." The famous limping god replied, "Poseidon, do not ask me this. It is disgusting, bailing scoundrels out. How could I bind you, while the gods look on, if Ares should escape his bonds and debts?" Poseidon, lord of earthquakes, answered him, "Hephaestus, if he tries to dodge this debt, I promise I will pay." The limping god said, "Then, in courtesy to you, I must do as you ask." So using all his strength, Hephaestus loosed the chains. The pair of lovers were free from their constraints, and both jumped up. Ares went off to Thrace, while Aphrodite smiled as she went to Cyprus, to the island of Paphos, where she had a fragrant altar and sanctuary. The Graces washed her there, and rubbed her with the magic oil that glows upon immortals, and they dressed her up in gorgeous clothes. She looked astonishing. That was the poet's song. Odysseus was happy listening, so were they all. And then Alcinous told Helios to dance with Laodamas. No one danced as well as them. They took a purple ball which Polybus the artisan had made them. One boy would leap and toss it to the clouds, the other would jump up, feet off the ground, and catch it easily before he landed. After they practiced throwing it straight upwards, they danced across the fertile earth, crisscrossing, constantly trading places. Other boys who stood around the field were beating Timeno with noisy stomping. Then Odysseus said, "King of many citizens, great lord, you boasted that your dancers are the best, and it is true. I feel amazed to see this manless show." That pleased the reverend king. He spoke at once to his seafaring people. "Hear me, Phaeacian leaders, lords and nobles. The stranger seems extremely wise to me. So let us give him gifts, as hosts should do to guests in friendship. 12 lords rule our people, with me as 13th lord. Let us each bring a pound of precious gold and laundered clothes, a tunic and a cloak. Then pile them up, and let our guest take all these gifts, and go to dinner with them, happy in his heart. Euryalus should tell him he is sorry, and give a special gift, since what he said was inappropriate." They all agreed, and each sent back a deputy to fetch the presents. And Euryalus spoke out. 400 My lord Alcinous, great king of kings, will apologize, as you command. And I will give him this bronze sword which has a silver handle, and a scabbard catfed of ivory, a precious gift for him." With that he put the silver-studded sword into Odysseus' hands. His words flew out. "I'll welcome you, sir. Be our guest. If something rude of any kind was said, let the winds take it. May the gods allow you to reach your home and see your wife again, since you have suffered so long, far away from those who love you." And Odysseus said, "Friend, I wish you well. May gods protect you, and may you never miss the sword you gave me." With that, he strapped the silver-studded sword across his back, and as the sun went down the precious gifts were brought to him. The slaves took them inside Alcinous' house. The princes piled the lovely things beside Zoe the queen, their mother. King Alcinous led everyone inside and had them sit on upright chairs. He told Arete, "Wife, bring out our finest chest, and put inside it a tunic and a freshly laundered cloak. Set a bronze cauldron on the fire to boil, so he can take a bath. Then let him see the precious gifts our noblemen have brought, and then enjoy the banquet and the song." I also have a gift, a splendid cup.ao of gold. I hope he always thinks of me whenever he pours offerings to Zeus and other gods. Arete told her slaves to quickly set a mighty pot to warm, for washing. So upon the blazing flames they set the cauldron and poured water in, and heaped up wood. The fire licked around the belly of the tub and warmed the water. Arete brought from her own room a chest to give the guest, and packed the gifts inside, the clothes and gold that they had given him, and she herself put in a cloak and tunic. She told him, "Watch the lid, and tie it closed, so nobody can rob you as you travel, when you are lulled to sleep on your black ship." Odysseus, experienced in loss, took careful note. He shut the lid and tied a cunning knot that he had learned from Circe. Then right away the slave girl led him off towards the bath to wash. He was delighted 450 to see hot water. He had not been bathed since he had left the home of curly-haired Calypso, who had taken care of him as if he were a god. The slave girls washed him, rubbed oil on him and dressed him in a tunic and fine wool mantle. Freshly bathed, he joined the men at wine. And there stood Nausicaa, divinely beautiful, beside a pillar that held the palace roof. She was amazed to see Odysseus. Her words flew fast. 48 Goodbye then, stranger, but remember me when you reach home, because you owe your life to me. I helped you first. Odysseus replied politely, Nausicaa, may Zeus, husband of Hera, mighty lord of thunder, allow me to go back and see my home. There I shall pray to you as to a god, forever, princess, since you saved my life. With that he went to sit beside the king. Now they were serving out the food and pouring wine, and the steward led out to the center Demodocus, the well-respected poet. He sat him in the middle of the banquet, against a pillar. Then Odysseus thought fast, and sliced a helping from the pig, all richly laced with fat. The plate of meat had plenty left. He told the boy, "Go take this meat and give it to Demodocus. Despite my grief, I would be glad to meet him." Poets are honored by all those who live on earth. The muse has taught them how to sing, she loves the race of poets. So the houseboy handed it to Demodocus. He took it gladly, and everybody took their food. When they had had enough to eat and drink, the clever mastermind of many schemes said, "You are wonderful, Demodocus. I praise you more than anyone, Apollo, or else the muse, the child of Zeus, has taught you. You tell so accurately what the Greeks achieved, and what they suffered, there at Troy, as if you had been there, or heard about it from somebody who was. So sing the story about the wooden horse, which Epeius built with Athena's help." Odysseus dragged it inside and to the citadel, filled up with men to sack the town. If you can tell that as it happened, I will say that you truly are blessed with inspiration. A god inspired the bard to sing. He started 50 with how the Greeks set fire to their camp and then embarked and sailed away. Meanwhile, Odysseus brought in a gang of men into the heart of Troy, inside the horse. The Trojans pulled the thing up to the summit, and sat around discussing what to do. Some said, "We ought to strike the wood with swords." Others said, "Drag it higher up and hurl it down from the rocks." But some said they should leave it to pacify the gods. So it would be. 510 The town was doomed to ruin when it took that horse, chock full of fighters bringing death to Trojans. And he sang how the Achaeans poured from the horse, in ambush from the hollow, and sacked the city, how they scattered out, destroying every neighborhood. Like Ares, Odysseus, with Menelaus, rushed to find Deiphobus' house, and there he won at last, through dreadful violence, thanks to Athena. So the poet sang. 520 Odysseus was melting into tears, his cheeks were wet with weeping, as a woman weeps, as she falls to wrap her arms around her husband, fallen fighting for his home and children. She is watching as he gasps and dies. She shrieks, a clear high wail, collapsing upon his corpse. The men are right behind. They hit her shoulders with their spears and lead her to slavery, hard labor, and a life of pain. Her face is marked with her despair. In that same desperate way, Odysseus was crying. No one noticed that his eyes were wet with tears, except Alcinous, who sat right next to him and heard his sobs. Quickly he spoke to his seafaring people. Listen, my lords and nobles of Phaeacia. Demodocus should stop and set aside the lyre, since what he sings does not give pleasure to everyone. Throughout this heavenly song, since dinner time, our guest has been in grieving. A heavy burden weighs his heart. Let the song end, so we can all be happy, both guest and hosts. That would be best by far. This send-off party and these precious gifts, which we give out of friendship, are for him, our guest of honor. Any man of sense will treat a guest in need like his own brother. Stranger, now answer all my questions clearly, not with evasion. Frankness would be best. What did your parents name you? With what names are you known to your people? Surely no one in all the world is nameless, poor, or noble, since parents give a name to every child at birth. And also tell me of your country, your people, and your city, so our ships, steered by their own good sense, may take you there. Phaeacians have no need of men at helm nor rudders, as in other ships. Our boats intuit what is in the minds of men, and know all human towns and fertile fields. They rush at full tilt right across the gulf of salty sea, concealed in mist and clouds. They have no fear of damages or loss. But once I heard Nausithous, my father, say that Poseidon hates us for the help we give to take our guests across the sea, and that one day a ship of ours would suffer shipwreck on its return. A mighty mountain would block our town from sight. So father said. Perhaps the god will bring these things to pass or not, as is his will. But come now, tell me about your wanderings, describe the places, the people, and the cities you have seen. Which ones were wild and cruel, unwelcoming, and which were kind to visitors, respecting the gods? And please explain why you were crying, sobbing your heart out when you heard him sing what happened to the Greeks at Troy. The gods devised and measured out this devastation, to make a song for those in times to come. Did you lose somebody at Troy? A man from your wife's family, perhaps her father or brother. Ties of marriage are the closest after the bonds of blood. Or else perhaps you lost the friend who knew you best of all. A friend can be as close as any brother. Book 9. A pirate in a shepherd's cave. Wily Odysseus, the lord of lies, answered, My lord Alcinous, great king, it is a splendid thing to hear a poet as talented as this. His voice is godlike. I think that there can be no greater pleasure than when the whole community enjoys a banquet, as we sit inside the house, and listen to the singer, and the tables are heaped with bread and meat, the wine boy ladles drink from the bowl and pours it into cups. To me this seems ideal, a thing of beauty. Now something prompted you to ask about my own sad story. I will tell you, though the memory increases my despair. Where shall I start? Where can I end? The gods have given me so much to cry about. First I will tell my name, so we will be acquainted, and if I survive, you can be my guest in my distant home one day. I am Odysseus, Laertes' son, 20, known for my many clever tricks and lies. My fame extends to heaven, but I live in Ithaca, where shaking forest hides Mount Neriton. Close by are other islands, Dulichium, and wooded Zacynthus and Same. All the others face the dawn, my Ithaca is set apart, most distant, facing the dark. It is a rugged land, but good at raising children. To my eyes no country could be sweeter. As you know, divine Calpiso held me in her cave, wanting to marry me, and likewise Circe, the trickster, trapped me, and she wanted me to be her husband. But she never swayed my heart, since when a man is far from home, living abroad, there is no sweeter thing than his own native land and family. Now let me tell you all the trouble Zeus has caused me on my journey home from Troy. A blast of wind pushed me off course towards the Sicanies in Ismarus. I sacked the town and killed the men. We took their wives and shared their riches equally among us. Then I said we must run away. Those fools refused to listen. They were drinking wine excessively, and killing sheep and cattle along the beach. The Sicanies called out to neighbors on the mainland, who were strong and numerous, and skilled at horseback fighting, and if need be, on foot. They came like leaves, and blossoms in the spring at dawn. Then Zeus gave us bad luck. Poor us! The enemy assembled round the ships and fought with swords of bronze. And while the holy morning light was bright and strong, we held them off, though they outnumbered us. But when the sun turned round and dipped, the hour when oxen are released, the Sicanies began to overpower us Greeks. 6 well-armed members of my crew died from each ship. The rest of us survived, and we escaped the danger. We prepared to sail away with heavy hearts, relieved to be alive, but grieving for our friends. Before we launched the ships, we called aloud 3 times to each of our poor lost companions, slaughtered at the hands of the Sicanies. The cloud lord Zeus hurled north wind at our ships, a terrible typhoon, and covered up the sea and earth with fog. Night fell from heaven and seized us, and our ships keeled over sideways, the sails were ripped 3 times by blasting wind. Scared for our lives, we hoisted down the sails and rowed with all our might towards the shore. We stayed there for 2 days and nights, exhausted, eating our hearts with pain. When bright-haired dawn brought the 3rd morning, we set up our masts, unfurled the shining sails, and climbed aboard. The wind blew straight, the pilots steered, and I would have come safely home, to my own land, but as I rounded Malea, a currentio and blast of wind pushed me off course, away from Cythera. For 9 days I was swept by stormy winds across the fish-filled sea. On the 10th day, I landed on the island of those who live on food from lotus flowers. We gathered water, and my crew prepared a meal. We picnicked by the ships, then I chose 2 men, and 1 slave to make the 3rd, to go and scout. We needed to find out what kind of people lived there on that island. So the scouts encountered humans, lotus eaters, who did not hurt them. They just shared with them their sweet delicious fruit. But as they ate it, they lost the will to come back and bring news to me. They wanted only to stay there, feeding on lotus with the lotus eaters. They had forgotten home. I dragged them back in tears, forced them on board the hollow ships, pushed them below the decks, and tied them up. I told the other men, the loyal ones, to get back in the ships, so no one else would taste the lotus and forget about our destination. They embarked and sat along the rowing benches, side by side, and struck the greyish water with their oars. With heavy hearts we sailed along and reached the country of high-minded Cyclopes, the mavericks. They put their trust in gods, and do not plant their food from seed, nor plough, and yet the barley, grain, and clustering wine grapes know all flourish there, increased by rain from Zeus. They hold no councils, have no common laws, but live in caves on lofty mountain tops, and each makes laws for his own wife and children without concern for what the others think. A distance from this island is another, across the water, slant ways from the harbor, level and thickly wooded. Countless goats live there, but people never visit it. No hunters labor through its woods to scale 120 its hilly peaks. There are no flocks of sheep, no fields of plough land. It is all untilled, unsown, and uninhabited by humans. Only the bleating goats live there and graze. Cyclopic people have no red-cheeked ships and no shipwright among them who could build boats, to enable them to row across to other cities, as most people do, crossing the sea to visit one another. With boats they could have turned this island into a fertile colony, with proper harvests. By the grey shore there lie well-watered meadows, where vines would never fail. There is flat land for ploughing, and abundant crops would grow in the autumn. There is richness underground. The harbor has good anchorage, there is no need of anchor stones or ropes or cables. The ships that come to shore there can remain beached safely till the sailors wish to leave and fair winds blow. Up by the harbor head 140 fresh water gushes down beneath the caves. The poplars grow around it. There we sailed, the gods were guiding us all through the darkness. Thick fog wrapped round our ships, and in the sky the moon was dark and clothed in clouds, so we saw nothing of the island. None of us could see the great waves rolling in towards the land, until we rowed right to the beach. We lowered all the sails and disembarked onto the shore, and there we fell asleep. 150. When early dawn shone forth with rosy fingers, we roamed around that island full of wonders. The daughters of the great King Zeus, the nymphs, drove out the mountain goats so that my crew could eat. On seeing them, we dashed to fetch our javelins and bows from on board ship. We split into 3 groups, took aim, and shot. Some god gave us good hunting. All 12 crews had 9 goats each, and 10 for mine. We sat there all day till sunset, eating meat and drinking our strong red wine. The ship's supply of that had not run out. When we had sacked the holy citadel of the Cyclones, we all took gallons of it, poured in great big pitchers. We looked across the narrow strip of water at the Cyclopic island, saw their smoke, and heard the batting of their sheep and goats. The sun went down, and in the hours of darkness we lay and slept on shore beside the sea. But when the rosy hands of dawn appeared, I called my men together and addressed them. My loyal friends, stay here, the rest of you, while with my boat and crew I go to check who those men are, find out if they are wild, lawless aggressors, or the type to welcome strangers, and fear the gods. With that, I climbed on board and told my crew to come with me and then untie the cables of the ship. Quickly they did so, sat along the benches, and struck the whitening water with their oars. 12 The journey was not long. Upon arrival, right at the edge of land, beside the sea, we saw a high cave overhung with laurel, the home of several herds of sheep and goats. Around that cave was built a lofty courtyard, of deep-set stones, with tall pines rising up, and leafy oaks. There lived a massive man who shepherded his flocks all by himself. He did not go to visit other people, but kept apart, and did not know the way so of custom. In his build he was a wonder, a giant, not like men who live on bread, but like a wooded peak in airy mountains, rising alone above the rest. I told my loyal crew to guard the ship, while I would go with just 12 chosen men, my favorites. I took a goatskin full of dark sweet wine that I was given by Apollo's priest, Marin the son of Euanthes, who lived inside the shady grove on Ismaris.zo. In reverence to the god, I came to help him, and save his wife and son. He gave me gifts, a silver bowl and 7 pounds of gold, well wrought, and siphoned off some sweet strong wine, and filled 12 jars for me a godlike drink. The slaves knew nothing of this wine, it was known just to him, his wife, and one house girl. Whenever he was drinking it, he poured a single shot into a cup, and added 20 of water, and a marvelous smell 210 rose from the bowl, and all would long to taste it. I filled a big skin up with it, and packed provisions in a bag. My heart suspected that I might meet a man of courage, wild, and lacking knowledge of the normal customs. We soon were at the cave, but did not find the Cyclops. He was pasturing his flocks. We went inside and looked at everything. We saw his crates weighed down with cheese, and pens crammed full of lambs divided up by age, the newborns, middlings, and those just weaned. There were well-crafted bowls and pails for milking, all full of whey. My crew begged, "Let us grab some cheese and quickly drive the kids and lambs out of their pens and down to our swift ships, and sail away across the salty water." That would have been the better choice. But I refused. I hoped to see him, and find out if he would give us gifts. In fact, he brought no joy to my companions. Then we lit a fire, and made a sacrifice, and ate some cheese, and sat to wait inside the cave until he brought his flocks back home. He came at dinner time, and brought a load of wood to make a fire. He hurled it noisily into the cave. We were afraid, and cowered towards the back. He drove his ewes and nannies inside to milk them, but he left the rams and he-goats in the spacious yard outside. He lifted up the heavy stone and set it to block the entrance of the cave. It was a rock so huge and massive, 22 strong carts could not have dragged it from the threshold. He sat, and all in order milked his ewes and she-goats, then he set the lambs to suck beside each bleating mother. Then he curdled half of the fresh white milk, set that aside in wicker baskets, and the rest he stored in pails so he could drink it with his dinner. When he had carefully performed his chores, 250 he lit a fire, then looked around and saw us strangers. "Who are you? Where did you come from across the watery depths? Are you on business, or roaming round without a goal, like pirates, who risk their lives at sea to bring disaster to other people?" So he spoke. His voice, so deep and booming, and his giant size, made our hearts sink in terror. "Even so," I answered, "we are Greeks, come here from Troy. The winds have swept us off in all directions, go across the vast expanse of sea, off course from our planned route back home. Zeus willed it so. We are proud to be the men of Agamemnon, the son of Atreus, whose fame is greatest under the sky, for sacking that vast city and killing many people. Now we beg you, here at your knees, to grant a gift, as is the norm for hosts and guests. Please, sir, my lord, respect the gods. We are your suppliants, and Zeus is on our side, since he takes care as of visitors, guest friends, and those in need." Unmoved he said, "Well, foreigner, you are a fool, or from some very distant country. You order me to fear the gods. My people think nothing of that Zeus with his big scepter, nor any god, our strength is more than theirs. If I spare you or spare your friends, it will not be out of fear of Zeus. I do the bidding of my own heart. But are you going far in that fine ship of yours, or somewhere near? He spoke to test me, but I saw right through him. I know how these things work. I answered him deceitfully. Poseidon, the earth shaker, shipwrecked me at the far end of your island. He pushed us in, wind dashed us on the rocks. We barely managed to survive. But he made no reply and showed no mercy. Leaping up high, he reached his hands towards my men, seized two, and knocked them hard against the ground like puppies, and the floor was wet with brains. Zs he ripped them limb by limb to make his meal, then ate them like a lion on the mountains, devouring flesh, entrails, and marrow bones, and leaving nothing. Watching this disaster, we wept and lifted up our hands in prayer to Zeus. We felt so helpless. When the Cyclops had filled his massive belly with his meal of human meat and unmixed milk, he lay stretched out among his flocks. Then, thinking like a military man, I thought I should get out my sword, go up to him and thrust right through his torso, feeling for his liver. That would have doomed us all. On second thoughts, I realized we were too weak to move the mighty stone he set in the high doorway. So we stayed there in misery till dawn. Early the dawn appeared, pink fingers blooming, and then he lit his fire and milked his ewes in turn, and set a lamb by every one. When he had diligently done his chores, he grabbed 2 men and made a meal of them. After he ate, he drove his fat flock out. He rolled the boulder out and back with ease, as one would set the lid upon a quiver. Then whistling merrily, the Cyclops drove his fat flocks to the mountain. I was left, scheming to take revenge on him and hurt him, and gain the glory, if Athena let me. I made my plan. Beside the pen there stood a great big club, green olive wood, which he had cut to dry, to be his walking stick. It was so massive that it looked to us like a ship's mast, a 20-oared black freighter that sails across the vast sea full of cargo. I went and cut from it about a fathom, and gave it to the men, and ordered them to scrape it down. They made it smooth and I stood by and sharpened up the tip, and made it hard in the blazing flame. The cave was full of dung. I hid the club beneath a pile. Then I gave orders that the men cast lots for who would lift the stake with me and press it into his eye, when sweet sleep overtook him. The lots fell on the men I would have chosen, 4 men, and I was 5th among their number. At evening he drove back his woolly flocks into the spacious cave, both male and female, and left none in the yard outside, perhaps suspecting something, or perhaps a god told him to do it. He picked up and placed the stone to form a door, and sat to milk the sheep and bleating goats in turn, then put the little ones to suck. His chores were done, he grabbed 2 men for dinner. I approached and offered him a cup of ivy wood, filled full of wine. I said, "Here, Cyclops. You have eaten human meat, now drink some wine, sample the merchandise our ship contains. I brought it as a holy offering, so you might pity me and send me home. 250 But you are in a cruel rage, beyond what anyone could bear. Do you expect more guests, when you have treated us so rudely?" He took and drank the sweet delicious wine, he loved it, and demanded more. Another. "And now tell me your name, so I can give you a present as my guest, one you will like. My people do have wine, grape clusters grow from our rich earth, fed well by rain from Zeus. But this is nectar, god food." So I gave him another cup of wine, and then 2 more. He drank them all, unwisely. With the wine gone to his head, I told him, all politeness, "Cyclops, you asked my name. I will reveal it, then you must give the gift you promised me, of hospitality. My name is Noman. My family and friends all call me Noman." He answered with no pity in his heart, "El will eat Noman last, first I will eat the other men. That is my gift to you." Then he collapsed, fell on his back, and lay there, his massive neck askew. All-conquering sleep took him. In drunken heaviness, he spewed wine from his throat, and chunks of human flesh. And then I drove the spear into the emberstove heated up, and told my men, "Be brave." I wanted none of them to shrink in fear. The fire soon seized the olive spear, green though it was, and terribly it glowed. Quickly snatched it from the fire. My crew stood firm, some god was breathing courage in us. They took the olive spear, its tip all sharp, and shoved it in his eye. I leaned on top and twisted it, as when a man drills wood for shipbuilding. Below, the workers spin the drill with straps, stretched out from either end. So round and round it goes, and so we whirled the fire-sharp weapon in his eye. His blood poured out around the stake, and blazing fire sizzled his lids and brows, and fried the roots. As when a blacksmith dips an axe or adds to temper it in ice-cold water, loudly it shrieks. From this, the iron takes on its power. So did his eyeball crackle on the spear. Horribly then he howled, the rocks resounded, and we shrank back in fear. He tugged the spear out of his eye, all soaked with gushing blood. Desperately with both hands he hurled it from him, and shouted to the Cyclopes who lived in caves high up on windy cliffs around. They heard and came from every side, and stood near to the cave, and called out, "Polyphemus! What is the matter? Are you badly hurt? Why are you screaming through the holy night and keeping us awake? Is someone stealing your herds, or trying to kill you, by some trick or force?" Strong Polyphemus from inside replied, "My friends, Noman is killing me by tricks, not force." Their words flew back to him, "If no one hurts you, you are all alone, great Zeus has made you sick, no help for that. Pray to your father, mighty Lord Poseidon." Then off they went, and I laughed to myself, at how my name, the No Man maneuver, tricked him. The Cyclops groaned and labored in his pain, felt with blind hands and took the doorstone out, and sat there at the entrance, arms outstretched, to catch whoever went out with the sheep. Maybe he thought I was a total fool. But I was strategizing, hatching plans, 420 so that my men and I could all survive. Wove all kinds of wiles and cunning schemes. Danger was near and it was life or death. The best idea I formed was this: there were those well-fed sturdy rams with good thick fleece, wool as dark as violets, all fine big creatures. So silently I tied them with the rope used by the giant Cyclops as a bed. I bound the rams in sets of 3 and set a man beneath each middle sheep, with one no on either side, and so my men were saved. One ram was best of all the flock. I grabbed his back and curled myself up underneath his furry belly, clinging to his fleece. By force of wool I kept on hanging there. And then we waited miserably for day. When early dawn revealed her rose-red hands, the rams jumped up, all eager for the grass. The ewes were bleating in their pens, unmilked, their udders full to bursting. Though their master was weak and worn with pain, he felt the back of each ram as he lined them up, but missed the men tied up beneath their woolly bellies. Last of them all, the big ram went outside, heavy with wool, and me, the clever trickster. Strong Polyphemus stroked his back and asked him, "Sweet ram, why are you last today to leave the cave? You are not normally so slow. You are the first to eat the tender flowers, leaping across the meadow, first to drink, 450 and first to want to go back to the sheepfold at evening time. But now you are the last. You grieve for Master's eye, that wicked man, helped by his nasty henchmen, got me drunk and blinded me. No man will not escape. If only you could talk like me, and tell me where he is skulking in his fear of me. Then I would dash his brains out on the rocks, and make them spatter all across the cave, to ease the pain that no good Noman brought. With that, he nudged the ram away outside. We rode a short way from the cave, then I first freed myself and then untied my men. We stole his nice fat animals, and ran, constantly glancing all around and back until we reached the ship. The other men were glad to see us, their surviving friends, but wept for those who died. I ordered them to stop their crying, scowling hard at each. I made them shove the fleecy flock on board, 470, and row the boat out into salty water. So they embarked, sat on their rowing benches, and struck their oar blades in the widening sea. When I had gone as far as shouts can carry, I jeered back. "Hey, you, Cyclops! Idiot! The crew trapped in your cave did not belong to some poor weakling. Well, you had it coming. You had no shame at eating your own guests. So Zeus and other gods have paid you back." My taunting made him angrier. He ripped a rock out of the hill and hurled it at us. It landed right in front of our dark prow, and almost crushed the tip of the steering oar. The stone sank in the water, waves surged up. The backflow all at once propelled the ship landwards, the swollen water pushed us with it. I grabbed a big long pole, and shoved us off. I told my men, "Row fast, to save your lives," and gestured with my head to make them hurry. They bent down to their oars and started rowing. We got out twice as far across the sea, and then I called to him again. My crew begged me to stop, and pleaded with me. "Please, calm down. Why are you being so insistent and taunting this wild man?" He hurled that stone and drove our ship right back to land. We thought that we were going to die. If he had heard us, he would have hurled a jagged rock and crushed our heads and wooden ship. He throws so hard. But my tough heart was not convinced. I was still furious, and shouted back again, "Cyclops! If any mortal asks you how your eye was mutilated and made blind, say that Odysseus, the city sacker, Laertes' son, who lives in Ithaca, destroyed your sight." He groaned, "The prophecy! It has come true at last. There was a tall and handsome man named Telemus, the son of Eurymus, who lived among my people. He spent his life here, soothsaying for us. He told me that Odysseus' hands would make me lose my sight. I always thought a tall and handsome man would visit me, endowed with strength and courage. But this weakling, this little nobody, has blinded me. By wine he got the best of me. Come on, Odysseus, and let me give you gifts, and ask Poseidon's help to get you home. I am his son, the god is proud to be my father. He will heal me, if he wants, though no one else, not god nor man, can do it." After he said these words, I answered him, "If only I could steal your life from you, and send you down to Hades' house below, as sure as nobody will ever heal you, even the god of earthquakes." But he prayed, holding his arms towards the starry sky, "Listen, earth-shaker, blue-haired Lord Poseidon, acknowledge me your son, and be my father. Grant that Odysseus, the city sacker, will never go back home. Or if it is fated that he will see his family, then let him get there late and with no honor, in pain and lacking ships, and having caused the death of all his men, and let him find more trouble in his own house. Blue Poseidon granted his son's prayer. Polyphemus raised a rock far bigger than the last, and swung, then hurled it with immeasurable force. It fell a little short, beside our rudder and splashed into the sea. The waves surged up, and pushed the boat ahead, to the other shore. We reached the island where our ships were docked. The men were sitting waiting for us, weeping. We beached our ship and disembarked, then took the sheep that we had stolen from the Cyclops out of the ship's hold, and we shared them out fairly, so all the men got equal portions. But in dividing up the flock, my crew gave me alone the ram, the Cyclops' favorite. 550 there on the shore, I slaughtered him for Zeus, the son of Cronus, god of dark clouds, lord of all the world. I burned the thighs. The god ignored my offering, and planned to ruin all of my ships and all my loyal men. So all day long till sunset we were sitting, feasting on meat and drinking sweet strong wine. But when the sun went down and darkness fell, we went to sleep beside the breaking waves. Then when rose-fingered dawn came, bright, and I roused my men and told them to embark and loose the cables. Quickly they obeyed, sat at their rowing benches, all in order, and struck the grey salt water with their oars. So we sailed on, with sorrow in our hearts, glad to survive, but grieving for our friends. Book 10 The Winds and the Witch. We reached the floating island of Aeolus, who is well loved by all the deathless gods. Around it, on sheer cliffs, there runs a wall of solid bronze, impregnable. 12 children live with him in his palace, 6 strong boys, and 6 girls. He arranged their marriages, 1 sister to each brother. They are always feasting there with their parents, at a banquet that never ends. By day, the savor fills the house, the court reverberates with sound. At night they sleep beside the wives they love on rope beds piled with blankets. We arrived at that fine citadel. He welcomed me and made me stay a month, and asked for news of Troy, the arch of ships, and how the Greeks went home. I told him everything. At last I told him he should send me on my way. So he agreed to help me, and he gave me a bag of oxhide leather and he tied the gusty winds inside it. Zeus, the son 20 of Cronus, made him steward of the winds, and he can stop or rouse them as he wishes. He bound the bag with shining silver wire to my curved ship, so no gust could escape, however small, and he made Zephyr blow so that the breath could carry home our ships and us. But it was not to be. Our folly ruined us. For 9 days and nights we sailed, and on the 10th, our native land appeared. We were so near, we saw men tending fires. 20 Exhausted, I let sweet sleep overcome me. I had been doing all the steering, hoping that we would get home sooner if I did. But while I slept my men began to mutter, saying the great Aeolus gave me gifts silver and gold that I was taking home. With glances to his neighbor, each complained, it seems that everybody loves this man, and honors him, in every place we sail to. He also has that loot from sacking Troy. We shared the journey with him, yet we come back home with empty hands. And now Aeolus has made this friendly gift to him. So hurry. We should look in the bag, and see how much is in there, how much silver, how much gold. That bad idea took hold of them, they did it. They opened up the bag, and all the winds rushed out at once. A sudden buffet seized us and hurled us back to sea, the wrong direction, far from our home. They screamed and I woke up, and wondered if I should jump off the ship and drown, or bite my lip. be stoical and stay among the living. I endured it, covered my face, and lay on deck. A blast of storm wind whooshed the ships back to the island of Great Aeolus. They began to weep. We disembarked and filled our jars with water, and hungrily the men devoured their dinner. When they were done, I took one slave with me and one crew member, back to Aeolus. He was at dinner with his wife and children. We entered and sat down beside the doorposts. Startled, they asked, "Why are you here again? You had bad luck? What happened? Surely we helped you go on your way, and meant for you to reach your homeland, where you wished to go." I answered sadly, "Blame my men, and blame my stubborn urge to sleep, which ruined us. Dear friends, you have the power to put things right." I hoped these words would soften them, but they were silent. Then the father yelled, "Get out! You nasty creature, leave my island! Now! It is not right for me to help convey a man so deeply hated by the gods. You God-forsaken thing, how dare you come here, get out!" He roared and drove us from his palace. Dispirited, we sailed away. The men grew worn out with the agony of rowing, our folly had deprived us of fair winds. We rowed 6 days and nights, the 7th day we came to Laestrygonia, the town of Telepilas upon the cliffs of Lamos. A herdsman there, returning to his home, can greet another herdsman going out. A sleepless man could earn a double wage by herding cows, then pasturing white sheep. The paths of day and night are close together. We reached the famous harbor, all surrounded by sheer rock cliffs. On each side, strips of shore jut out and almost meet, a narrow mouth. So no waves rear up in there, not even small ones. White calm is everywhere. So all the others harbored their ships inside, crammed close together. I was the only one who chose to moor my ship outside the harbor, fastening the cables to a rock away. I disembarked and climbed a crag to scout. I saw no sign of cattle or of humans, except some smoke that rose up from the earth. I picked 2 men, and 1 slave as the third 100 and sent them to find out what people lived and ate bread in this land. They disembarked and walked along a smooth path, where the wagons brought wood down from the mountains to the city. They met a girl in front of town, out fetching some water. She was heading for the fountain of Ardice, the whole town's water source. She was the strapping child of Antiphats, king of the Laestrygonians. They asked her about the king and people of the country. She promptly took them to the high-roofed palace of her own father. When they went inside they found a woman, mountain high. They were appalled and shocked. The giantess at once summoned the king her husband from the council. He tried to kill my men, and grabbing one he ate him up. The other 2 escaped, back to the ship. The king's shout boomed through town. Hearing, the mighty Laestrygonians thronged from all sides, not human-like, but giants. With boulders bigger than a man could lift they pelted at us from the cliffs. We heard the dreadful uproar of ships being broken and dying men. They speared them there like fish. A gruesome meal. While they were killing them inside the harbor, I drew out my sword and cut the ropes that moored my dark-cheeked ship, and yelling to my men, I told them, "Row as fast as possible away from danger." They rowed at double time, afraid to die. No, my ship was lucky and we reached the sea beyond the overhanging cliffs. The rest, trapped in the bay together, were destroyed. We sailed off sadly, happy to survive, but with our good friends lost. We reached Aeaea, home of the beautiful, dreadful goddess Circe, who speaks in human languages, the sister of Eats, whose mind is set on ruin. Those two are children of the sun who shines on mortals, and of Perse, child of ocean. Under the guidance of some god we drifted silently to the harbor, and we moored there. For 2 days and 2 nights we lay on shore, exhausted and our hearts consumed with grief. On the 3rd morning, brought by braided dawn, I took my spear and sharp sword, and I ran up from the ship to higher ground, to look for signs of humans, listening for voices. I climbed up to a crag, and I saw smoke rising from Circe's palace, from the earth 150 up through the woods and thickets. I considered if I should go down and investigate, since I had seen the smoke. But I decided to go back down first, to the beach and ship and feed my men, and then set out to scout. When I had almost reached my ship, some god took pity on me in my loneliness, and sent a mighty stag with great tall antlers to cross my path. He ran down from the forest to drink out of the river. It was hot. I struck him in the middle of his back, my bronze spear pierced him. With a moan, he fell onto the dust, his spirit flew away. I stepped on him and tugged my bronze spear out, and left it on the ground, while I plucked twigs and twines, and wove a rope, a fathom's length, well knotted all the way along, and bound the hooves of that huge animal. I went down to my dark ship with him on my back. I used my spear to lean on, since the stagno was too big to be lugged across one shoulder. I dumped him down before the ship and made a comforting pep talk to cheer my men. My friends, we will not yet go down to Hades, sad though we are, before our fated day. Come on, since we have food and drink on board, let us not statve ourselves, now time to eat. They quickly heeded my commands, and took their cloaks down from their faces, and they managed to see the big stag lying on the beach. 120 It was enormous. When they finished staring, they washed their hands and cooked a splendid meal. So all that day till sunset we sat eating the meat aplenty and the strong sweet wine. When darkness fell, we went to sleep beside the seashore. Then the roses of dawn's fingers appeared again. I called my men and told them, listen to me, my friends, despite your grief. We do not know where darkness lies, nor dawn, nor where the sun that shines upon the world 130 goes underneath the earth, nor where it rises. We need a way to fix our current plight, but I do not know how. I climbed the rocks to higher ground to look around. This is an island, wreathed about by boundless sea. The land lies low. I saw smoke in the middle, rising up through the forest and thick bush. At that, their hearts sank, since they all remembered what happened with the Laestrygonians, their king Antiphats, and how the mighty Cyclops devoured the men. They wept and wailed, and shed great floods of tears. But all that grieving could do no good. I made them wear their armor, and split them in 2 groups. I led one, and made godlike Eurylochus lead the other. We shook the lots in a helmet made of bronze. Eurylochus' lot jumped out. So he went with his band of 22, all weeping. Those left behind with me were crying too. Inside the glade they found the house of Circe built out of polished stones, on high foundations. Round it were mountain wolves and lions, which she tamed with drugs. They did not rush on them, but gathered around them in a friendly way, their long tails wagging, as dogs nuzzle round their master when he comes back home from dinner with treats for them. Just so, those sharp-clawed wolves and lions, mighty beasts, came snuggling up. The men were terrified. They stood outside and heard some lovely singing. It was Circe 22 the goddess. She was weaving as she sang, an intricate, enchanting piece of work, the kind a goddess fashions. Then Polites, my most devoted and most loyal man, a leader to his peers, said, "Friends, inside someone is weaving on that massive loom, and singing so the floor resounds. Perhaps a woman, or a goddess. Let us call her." They shouted out to her. She came at once, opened the shining doors, and asked them in. So thinking nothing of it, in they went. Eurylochus alone remained outside, suspecting trickery. She led them in, sat them on chairs, and blended them a potion of barley, cheese, and golden honey, mixed with Pramnian wine. She added potent drugs to make them totally forget their home. They took and drank the mixture. Then she struck them, using her magic wand, and penned them in the pigsty. They were turned to pigs in body, and voice and hair, their minds remained the same. They squealed at their imprisonment, and Circe threw them some mast and cornel cherries, food that pigs like rooting for in muddy ground. Eurylochus ran back to our black ship, to tell us of the terrible disaster that happened to his friends. He tried to speak, but could not, overwhelmed by grief. His eyes were full of tears, his heart was pierced with sorrow. Astonished, we all questioned him. At last 250 he spoke about what happened to the others. "Odysseus, we went off through the woods, as you commanded. In the glade we found a beautiful tall house of polished stone. We heard a voice, a woman or a goddess was singing as she worked her loom. My friends called out to her. She opened up the doors, inviting them inside. Suspecting nothing, they followed her. But I stayed there outside, fearing some trick. Then all at once, they vanished. I sat there for a while to watch and wait, but none of them came back. At this, I strapped my silver-studded sword across my back, took up my bow, and told him, 'Take me there.' He grasped my knees and begged me tearfully, 'No, no, my lord. Please do not make me go. Let me stay here. You cannot bring them back, and you will not return here if you try. Hurry, we must escape with these men here. We have a chance to save our lives.' I said, 'You can stay here beside the ship and eat and drink. But I will go. I must do this.' I left the ship and shore, and walked on up, crossing the sacred glades, and I had almost reached the great house of the enchantress Circe when I met Hermes, carrying his wand of gold. He seemed an adolescent boy, the cutest age, when beards first start to grow. He took my hand and said, 'Why have you come across these hills alone? You do not know this place, poor man. Your men were turned to pigs in Circe's house, and crammed in pens. Do you imagine you can set them free? You cannot. If you try that, you will not get back home. You will stay here with them. But I can help you. Here, take this antidote to keep you safe when you go into Circe's house. Now I will tell you all her lethal spells and tricks. She will make you a potion mixed with poison. Its magic will not work on you because so you have the herb I gave you. When she strikes you with her long wand, then draw your sharpened sword and rush at her as if you mean to kill her. She will be frightened of you, and will tell you to sleep with her. Do not hold out against her, she is a goddess. If you sleep with her, you will set free your friends and save yourself. Tell her to swear an oath by all the gods that she will not plot further harm for you, or while you have your clothes off, she may hurt unman you.' The bright mercurial god pulled from the ground a plant and showed me how its root is black, its flower white as milk. The gods call this plant moly. It is hard for mortal men to dig it up, but gods are able to do everything. Then Hermes flew through the wooded island, back towards high Mount Olympus. I went in the house of Circe. My heart pounded as I walked. I stood there at the doorway, and I saw her, 210, the lovely Circe with her braided hair. I called, she heard and opened up the doors and asked me in. I followed nervously. She led me to a silver-studded chair, all finely crafted, with a footstool under. In a gold cup she mixed a drink for me, adding the drug she hoped to do me harm. I sipped it, but the magic did not work. She struck me with her wand and said, "Now go out to the sty, and lie there with your men." No, but I drew my sharp sword from by my thigh and leapt at her as if I meant to kill her. She screamed and ducked beneath the sword, and grasped my knees, and wailing asked me, "Who are you? Where is your city? And who are your parents? I am amazed that you could drink my potion and yet not be bewitched. No other man has drunk it and withstood the magic charm. But you are different. Your mind is not enchanted. You must be ODYSSEY, the man who can adapt to anything. Bright flashing Hermes of the golden wand has often told me that you would sail here from Troy in your swift ship. Now sheath your sword and come to bed with me. Through making love we may begin to trust each other more." I answered, "Circe, how can you command me to treat you gently, when you turned my men to pigs, and you are planning to play tricks in telling me to come to bed with you, 240, so you can take my courage and my manhood when you have got me naked? I refuse to come to bed with you, unless you swear a mighty oath that you will not form plans to hurt me any more." When I said that, at once she made the oath as I had asked. She vowed and formed the oath, and then at last I went up to the dazzling bed of Circe. Meanwhile, 4 slaves, her house girls, were at work around the palace. They were nymphs, the daughters 250 of fountains and of groves and holy rivers that flow into the sea. One set fine cloths of purple on the chairs, with stones beneath them. Beside each chair, another pulled up tables of silver and set golden baskets on them. The third mixed up inside a silver bowl sweet, cheering wine, and poured it in gold cups. The fourth brought water, and she lit a fire beneath a mighty tripod, till it boiled. It started bubbling in the copper cauldron. She took me to the bathtub, and began to wash my head and shoulders, using water mixed to the perfect temperature, to take my deep soul-crushing weariness away. After the bath, she oiled my skin and dressed me in fine wool cloak and tunic, and she led me to a silver-studded well-carved chair, and set a footstool underneath. Another slave brought water for my hands, in a gold pitcher, and poured it over them, to a silver bowl. 270. She set a polished table near. The cook brought bread and laid a generous feast, and Circe told me to eat. But my heart was unwilling. I sat there with my mind on other things. I had forebodings. Circe noticed me sitting, not touching food, and weighed by grief. She stood near me and asked, "Odysseus, why are you sitting there so silently, like someone mute, eating your heart, not touching the banquet or the wine? You need not fear. Remember, I already swore an oath." But I said, "Circe, no. What decent man could bear to taste his food or sip his wine before he saw his men with his own eyes, and set them free? If you are so insistent on telling me to eat and drink, then free them, so I may see with my own eyes my crew of loyal men." So Circe left the hall holding her wand, and opened up the pigsty and drove them out, still looking like fat boars, large and full-grown. They stood in front of her. Majestic Lady Circe walked among them, anointing each with some new drug. The potion had made thick hog hairs sprout out on their bodies. Those bristles all flew off, and they were men, but younger than before, and much more handsome, and taller. Then they recognized me. Each embraced me tightly in his arms, and started sobbing in desperation. So the house rang loud with noise, and even she herself pitied them. She came near to me and said, "Odysseus, you always find solutions. Go now to your swift ship beside the sea. First drag the ship to land, and bring your stores and all your gear inside the caves. Then come back with your loyal men." My heart agreed. I went down to my swift ship on the shore. I found my loyal men beside the ship, weeping and shedding floods of tears. As when a herd of cows is coming back from pasture into the yard, and all the little heifers jump from their pens to skip and run towards their mothers, and they cluster round them, mooing, just so my men, as soon as they saw me, began to weep, and in their minds it seemed as if they had arrived in their own home, the land of rugged Ithaca, where they were born and raised. Still sobbing, they cried out, "Oh, Master! We are glad to see you back. It is as if we had come home ourselves, to Ithaca, our fatherland. But tell us about how all our other friends were killed." I reassured them, saying, "First we must drag up the ship to land, and put the stores and all our gear inside the caves, then hurry, all of you, come with me, and see your friends inside the goddess Circe's holy house, eating and drinking. They have food enough to last forever." They believed my story, with the exception of Eurylochus, 420, who warned them, "Fools! Why would you go up there? Why would you choose to take on so much danger, to enter Circe's house, where she will turn us to pigs or wolves or lions, all of us, forced to protect her mighty house for her? Remember what the Cyclops did? Our friends went to his home with this rash lord of ours. Because of his bad choices, they all died." At that, I thought of drawing my long sword from by my sturdy thigh, to cut his head off 440 and let it fall down to the ground, although he was close family. My men restrained me, saying to me, "No, King, please let him go. Let him stay here and guard the ship, and we will follow you to Circe's holy house." So they went up, away from ship and shore. Eurylochus did not stay there, he came, fearing my angry scolding. Meanwhile Circe had freed the other men, and in her house she gently bathed them, rubbing them with oil. 450 she had them dressed in woolen cloaks and tunics. We found them feasting in the hall. The men, seeing each other face to face again, began to weep, their sobbing filled the hall. The goddess stood beside me and said, "King, clever Odysseus, Laertes' son, now stop encouraging this lamentation. I know you and your men have suffered greatly, out on the fish-filled sea, and on dry land from hostile men. But it is time to eat and drink some wine. You must get back the drive you had when you set out from Ithaca. You are worn down and broken-hearted, always dwelling on pain and wandering. You never feel joy at heart. You have endured too much." We did as she had said. Then every day for a whole year we feasted there on meat and sweet strong wine. But when the year was over, when months had waned and seasons turned, and each long day had passed its course, my loyal men called me and said, "Be guided by the gods. Now it is time to think of our own country, if you are fated to survive and reach your high-roofed house and your forefathers' land." My warrior soul agreed. So all day long till sunset we kept sitting at the feast of meat and sweet strong wine. But when the sun set, and the darkness came, they went to bed all through the shadowy palace. I went up to Circe's splendid bed, and touched her knees in supplication, and the goddess listened. Circe, I said, fulfill the vow you made to send me home. My heart now longs to go. My men are also desperate to leave. Whenever you are absent, they exhaust me with constant lamentation. And she answered, Laertes' son, great King Odysseus, master of every challenge, you need not remain here in my house against your will, but first you must complete another journey. Go to the house of Hades and the dreadful Persephone, and ask the Theban prophet the blind Tiresias, for his advice. Persephone has given him alone full understanding, even now in death. The other spirits flit around as shadows. That broke my heart, and sitting on the bed I wept, and lost all will to live and see the shining sun. When I was done with sobbing and rolling round in grief, I said to her, 50 but Circe, who can guide us on this journey? No one before has ever sailed to Hades by ship, and right away the goddess answered, you are resourceful, King Odysseus. You need not worry that you have no pilot to steer your ship. Set up your mast, let fly your white sails, and sit down. The north wind's breath will blow the ship. When you have crossed the stream of ocean, you will reach the shore, where willows let fall their dying fruit, and towering poplars grow in the forest of Persephone. Tie up your ship in the deep eddying ocean, and go into the spacious home of Hades. The Pyriphlegethon and Cocytus, a tributary of the Styx, both run into the Acheron. The flowing water resounds beside the rock. Brave man, go there, and dig a hole a cubit wide and long, and round it pour libations for the dead, first honey mix, then sweet wine, and the third of water. Sprinkle barley, and beseech the spirits of the dead. Vow if you reach the barren land of Ithaca, to kill a heifer in your halls, the best you have uncalved, and you will heap the fire with meat, and offer to Tiresias alone a ram, pure black, the best of all your flock. When you have prayed to all the famous dead, slaughter 1 ram and 1 black ewe, directing the animals to Erebus, but turn yourself away, towards the gushing river. Many will come. Then tell your men to skin the sheep that lie there killed by ruthless bronze, and burn them, with a prayer to mighty Hades and terrible Persephone. Then draw your sword and sit. Do not let them come near the blood, until you hear Tiresias. The prophet will soon come, and he will tell you about your journey, measured out across the fish-filled sea, and how you will get home. Dawn on her golden throne began to shine, and Circe dressed me in my cloak and tunic. The goddess wore a long white dress, of fine and delicate fabric, with a golden belt, and on her head, a veil. Then I walked round, all through the house, and called my men. I stood beside each one, and roused them with my words. Wake up! Now no more dozing in sweet sleep. We have to go. The goddess gave instructions. They did as I had said. But even then I could not lead my men away unharmed. The youngest one, Elpenor was his name, not very brave in war, nor very smart, was lying high up in the home of Circe, apart from his companions, seeking coolness since he was drunk. He heard the noise and bustle, the movements of his friends, and jumped up quickly, forgetting to climb down the lofty ladder. He fell down crashing headlong from the roof, and broke his neck, right at the spine. His spirit went down to Hades. Then I told the others, perhaps you think that you are going home. But Circe says we have to go towards the house of Hades and Persephone, to meet Tiresias, the Theban spirit. At that, their hearts were broken. They sat down right there and wept and tore their clothes. But all their lamentation did no good. We went down to our speedy ship beside the sea, despite our grief. We shed abundant tears. 570 Then Circe came and tied up one black ewe and one ram by the ship, and slipped away, easily. Who can see the gods go by unless they wish to show themselves to us? Book 11 The Dead We reached the sea, and first of all we launched the ship into the sparkling salty water, set up the mast and sails, and brought the sheep on board with us. We were still grieving, weeping, in floods of tears. But beautiful, dread Circe, the goddess who can speak in human tongues, sent us a wind to fill our sails, fair wind befriending us behind the dark blue prow. We made our tackle shipshape, then sat down. The wind and pilot guided straight our course. The sun set. It was dark in all directions. We reached the limits of deep flowing ocean, where the Cimmerians live and have their city. Their land is covered up in mist and cloud. The shining sun god never looks on them with his bright beams, not when he rises up into the starry sky, nor when he turns back from the heavens to earth. Destructive night blankets the world for all poor mortals there. We beached our ship, drove out the sheep, and went 20 to seek the stream of ocean where the goddess had told us we must go. Eurylochus and Perimedes made the sacrifice. I drew my sword and dug a hole, a fathom widthways and lengthways, and I poured libations for all the dead, first honey mix, sweet wine, and lastly, water. On the top, I sprinkled barley, and made a solemn vow that if I reached my homeland, I would sacrifice my best young heifer, still uncalved, and pileo the altar high with offerings for the dead. I promised for Tiresias as well a pure black sheep, the best in all my flock. So with these vows, I called upon the dead. I took the sheep and slit their throats above the pit. Black blood flowed out. The spirits came up out of Erebus and gathered round. Teenagers, girls, and boys, the old who suffered for many years, and fresh young brides whom labor destroyed in youth, and many men cut down. In battle by bronze spears, still dressed in armor stained with their blood. From every side they crowded around the pit, with eerie cries. Pale fear took hold of me. I roused my men and told them to flay the sheep that I had killed, and burn them and pray to Hades and Persephone. I drew my sword and sat on guard, preventing the spirits of the dead from coming near the blood, till I had met Tiresias. First came the spirit of my man Elpenor 50 who had not yet been buried in the earth. We left his body in the house of Circe without a funeral or burial, we were too occupied with other things. On sight of him, I wept in pity, saying, Elpenor, how did you come here, in darkness? You came on foot more quickly than I sailed. He groaned in answer, Lord Odysseus, you master every circumstance. But I had bad luck from some god, and too much wine ago befuddled me. In Circe's house I lay upstairs, and I forgot to use the ladder to climb down from the roof. I fell head first, my neck was broken from my spine. My spirit came down to Hades. By the men you left, the absent ones. And by your wife and father, who brought you up from babyhood. And by your son, Telemachus, whom you abandoned alone at home, I beg you. When you sail from Hades and you dock your ship again at Aeaea, please my lord, remember me. Do not go on and leave me there unburied, abandoned, without tears or lamentation, or you will make the gods enraged at you. Burn me with all my arms, and heap a mound beside the grey salt sea, so in the future people will know of me and my misfortune. And fix into the tomb the oar I used to row with my companions while I lived. Poor man! I answered, El will do all this. We sat there talking sadly. I on one side held firm my sword in blood, while on the other the ghost of my crew member made his speech. Then came the spirit of my own dead mother, Autolycus' daughter Anticlea, whom I had left alive when I went off to holy Troy. On seeing her, I wept in pity. But despite my bitter grief, I would not let her near the blood till I talked to Tiresias, the prophet Cameo, holding a golden scepter, and he knew me, and said, King under Zeus, Odysseus, adept survivor, why did you abandon the sun, poor man, to see the dead, and this place without joy? Step back now from the pit, hold up your sharp sword so that I may drink the blood and speak to you. At that, I sheathed my silver-studded sword. When he had drunk the murky blood, the famous prophet spoke. Odysseus, you think of going home 100 as honey sweet, but gods will make it bitter. I think Poseidon will not cease to feel incensed because you blinded his dear son. You have to suffer, but you can get home, if you control your urges and your men. Turn from the purple depths and sail your ship towards the island of Thrinacia. There you will find grazing cows and fine fat sheep, belonging to the god who sees and hears all things, the sun god. If you leave them be, keeping your mind fixed on your journey home, you may still get to Ithaca, despite great losses. But if you hurt those cows, I see disaster for your ship and for your men. If you yourself escape, you will come home late and exhausted, in a stranger's boat, having destroyed your men. And you will find invaders eating your supplies at home, courting your wife with gifts. Then you will match the suitors' violence and kill them all, inside your halls, through tricks or in the open, with sharp bronze weapons. When those men are dead, you have to go away and take an oar to people with no knowledge of the sea, who do not salt their food. They never saw a ship's red prow, nor oars, the wings of boats. I prophesy the signs of things to come. When you meet somebody, a traveler, who calls the thing you carry on your back a winnowing fan, then fix that oar in earth and make fine sacrifices to Poseidon, a bull and stud boar. Then you will go home and offer holy hecatombs to all the deathless gods who live in heaven, each in order. Gentle death will come to you, far from the sea, of comfortable old age, your people flourishing. So it will be. I said, Tiresias, I hope the gods spin out this fate for me. But tell me this, and tell the truth. I saw my mother's spirit, 140, sitting in silence near the blood, refusing even to talk to me, or meet my eyes. My lord, how can I make her recognize that it is me? At once he made his answer. That is an easy matter to explain. Whenever you allow one of these spirits to come here near the blood, it will be able to speak the truth to you. As soon as you push them away, they have to leave again. With that, Tiresias, the prophet spirit, 150 was finished. He departed to the house of Hades. I stayed rooted there in place until my mother came and drank the blood. She knew me then and spoke in tones of grief. My child, how did you come here through the darkness while you were still alive? This place is hard for living men to see. There are great rivers and dreadful gulfs, including the great ocean which none can cross on foot. One needs a ship. Have you come wandering here, so far from Troy, with ship and crew? Have you not yet arrived in Ithaca, nor seen your wife at home? I answered, Mother, I was forced to come to Hades to consult the prophet spirit, Theban Tiresias. I have not yet come near to Greece, nor reached my own home country. I have been lost and wretchedly unhappy since I first followed mighty Agamemnon to Troy, the land of horses, to make war upon the people there. But tell me, how 170 was sad death brought upon you? By long illness, or did the archer Artemis destroy you with gentle arrows? Tell me too about my father and the son I left behind. Are they still honored as the kings? Or has another taken over, saying I will not return? And tell me what my wife is thinking, and her plans. Does she stay with our son and focus on his care, or has the best of the Achaeans married her? My mother answered, she stays firm. Her heart is strong. She is still in your house. And all her nights are passed in misery, and days in tears. But no one has usurped your throne. Telemachus still tends the whole estate unharmed and feasts in style, as lords should do, and he is always asked to council meetings. Your father stays out in the countryside. He will not come to town. He does not sleep on a real bed with blankets and fresh sheets. In winter he sleeps inside, by the fire, just lying in the ashes with the slaves, his clothes are rags. In summer and at harvest, the piles of fallen leaves are beds for him. He lies there grieving, full of sorrow, longing for your return. His old age is not easy. And that is why I met my fate and died. The goddess did not shoot me in my home, aiming with gentle arrows. Nor did sickness suck all the strength out from my limbs, with long 200 and cruel wasting. No, it was missing you, Odysseus, my sunshine, your sharp mind, and your kind heart. That took sweet life from me. Then in my heart I wanted to embrace the spirit of my mother. She was dead and I did not know how. 3 times I tried, longing to touch her. But 3 times her ghost flew from my arms, like shadows, or like dreams. Sharp pain pierced deeper in me as I cried, No, mother! Why do you not stay for me, 210 and let me hold you, even here in Hades? Let us wrap loving arms around each other and find a frigid comfort in shared tears. But is this really you? Or has the queen sent me a phantom, to increase my grief? She answered, Oh, my child! You are the most unlucky man alive. Persephone is not deceiving you. This is the rule for mortals when we die. Our muscles cease to hold the flesh and skeleton together, 220 as soon as life departs from our white bones, the force of blazing fire destroys the corpse. The spirit flies away and soon is gone, just like a dream. Now hurry to the light, remember all these things, so you may tell your wife in times to come. As we were talking, some women came, sent by Persephone, the daughters and the wives of warriors. They thronged and clustered round the blood. I wanted to speak to each of them, and made a plan. I drew my sword and would not let them come together in a group to drink the blood. They took turns coming forward, and each told her history. I questioned each. The first was well-born Ro, child of Salmoneus, and wife of Critias, Aeolus' son. She fell in love with river Anapeus, most handsome of all rivers that pour water over the earth. She often went to visit his lovely streams. Poseidon took his form and at the river mouth he lay with her. Around them arched a dark blue wave that stood high as a mountain, and it hid the god and mortal woman. There he loosed her belt and made her sleep. The god made love to her, and afterwards, he took her hand and spoke. Woman, Be glad about this love. You will bear glorious children in the coming year. Affairs with gods always result in offspring. Look after them and raise them. Now go home. 250 Tell no one who I am. But I will tell you. I am Poseidon, shaker of the earth. With that he sank beneath the ocean waves. She brought 2 sons to term, named Peleus and Neleus, both sturdy boys who served Almighty Zeus, and Peleus' home was on the spacious dancing fields of Leucas, where sheep are plentiful. His brother lived in sandy Pylos. And she bore more sons, to Critias, Aeson, Pheres, Amethionas, who loved war chariots. And after her I saw Antiope, who said she slept in Zeus' arms and bore 2 sons, Amphion and Zethus, the first settlers of Thebes, city of 7 gates. Strong though they were, they could not live there on the open plain without defences. Then I saw Alcmene, wife of Amphitryon, who by great Zeus conceived the lion-hearted Heracles. And I saw Megara, proud Creon's child, the wife of tireless Heracles. I saw fine Epicast, Oedipus' mother, who did a dreadful thing in ignorance. She married her own son. He killed his father, and married her. The gods revealed the truth to humans. Through their deadly plans, he ruled the Cadmeans and Thebes, despite his pain. But Epicast crossed the gates of Hades. She tied a noose and hung it from the ceiling, and hanged herself for sorrow, leaving Himio the agonies a mother's furies bring. Then I saw Chloris, who was youngest daughter of Amphion, who ruled the Minyans in Orchomenus. She was beautiful, and Neleus paid rich bride gifts for her. She was the queen in Pylos, and she bore Chromius, Nestor, Periclymenus, and mighty Pyro, who was such a marvel that all the men desired to marry her. But Neleus would only let her marry a man who could drive off the stubborn cattle of Iphicles from Phyllis. The prophet Melampus was the only one who tried, but gods restrained him, cursing him. The herdsman shackled him. Days and months went by, the seasons changed as the year went by, until at last Iphicles set him free as his reward for prophecy. The will of Zeus was done. And then I saw Undurius' wife, Leda, who bore him 2 strong sons, the horse Monocaster and Polydeuces, skillful boxer. Life-giving earth contains them, still alive. Zeus honors them even in the underworld. They live and die alternately, and they are honored like the gods. And then I saw Ephimdeia, wife of Aloeus, who proudly said Poseidon slept with her. She had 2 sons whose lives were both cut short. Otis and famous Ephialtes, whom the fertile earth raised up as the tallest hero Esno after renowned Orion. At 9 years, they were 9 cubits wide, 9 fathoms high. They brought the din of dreadful raging war to the immortal gods and tried to set Ossa and Pelion trees, leaves and all on Mount Olympus, high up in the sky. They might have managed it, if they had reached full adulthood. Apollo, son of Zeus by braided Leto, killed them. They were both dead before down could grow on their young chins and dead before beards could wreathe their naked faces. Then I saw Phaedra, Procris, and the lovely daughter of dangerous Minos, Ariadne. Theseus tried to bring her back from Crete to Athens, but could not succeed. The goddess Artemis killed her on the Isle of Dia, when Dionysus spoke against her. Then came Myrrha, Clymene, and Euryphile, accepting golden bribes. She killed her husband. I cannot name each famous wife and daughter I saw there. Holy night would pass away before I finished. I must go to sleep on board the ship beside my crew, or else right here. I know the gods and you will help my onward journey. They were silent, spellbound, listening in the shadowy hall. White-armed Erates spoke. Phaeacians. Look at him. What a tall, handsome man. And what a mind. He is my special guest, but all of you share in our rank as lords, so do not send him away too fast, and when he leaves, you must be generous. He is in need, and you are rich in treasure, through the will of gods. The veteran Eshnus, the oldest man in their company, said, Our wise queen has hit the mark, my friends. Do as she says. But first Alcinous must speak and act. The king said, Let it be as she has spoken, as long as I am ruler of this nation of seafarers. I know our guest is keen 250 to go back home, but let him stay till morning. I will give all his presents then. You men will all help him, but I will help the most, since I hold power here. Odysseus answered with careful tact, Alcinous, king over all the people, if you urged me to stay here for a year before you gave the parting gifts and sent me on my way, I would be happy. It would be far better to reach my own dear home with hands filled full ago of treasure. So all men would honor me and welcome me back home in Ithaca. Alcinous replied, Odysseus, the earth sustains all different kinds of people. Many are cheats and thieves, who fashion lies out of thin air. But when I look at you, I know you are not in that category. Your story has both grace and wisdom in it. You sounded like a skillful poet, telling the sufferings of all the Greeks, including what you endured yourself. But come now, tell me if you saw any spirits of your friends, who went with you to Troy and undertook the grief and pain of war. The night is long, it is not time to sleep yet. Tell me more amazing deeds. I would keep listening until bright daybreak, if you kept on telling the dangers you have passed. Odysseus answered politely, King Alcinous, it is a time for many tales, but also, a time for sleep. If you still want to hear, I will not grudge you stories. I will tell you some even more distressing ones, about my friend who managed to escape the shrieks and battle din at Troy but perished later, killed in his own home by an evil wife. Holy Persephone dispersed the ghosts of women and they went their separate ways. The ghost of Agamemnon came in sorrow with all the rest who met their fate with him and inside Aegisthus' house. He recognized me when he had drunk the blood. He wept out loud, and tearfully reached out his hands towards me, desperate to touch. His energy and strength and all the suppleness his limbs once had were gone. I wept and my heart pitied him. I cried out, Lord of men, King Agamemnon! How did you die? What bad luck brought you down? Was it Poseidon rousing up a blast of cruel wind to wreck your ships? Or were you 400 killed on dry land by enemies? American Samoa you were poaching their fat flocks of sheep or cattle, or fighting for their city and their wives? He answered right away, King under Zeus, Odysseus sut viver. No, Poseidon did not rouse up a dreadful blast of wind to wreck my ship. No hostile men on land killed me in self-defense. It was Aegisthus who planned my death and murdered me, with help from my own wife. He called me to his house Io to dinner and he killed me, as one slaughters an ox at manger. What a dreadful death! My men were systematically slaughtered like pigs in a rich lord's house for some feast, a wedding, or a banquet. You have seen many cut down in war in thick of battle, or slaughtered in a combat hand-to-hand, but you would grieve with even deeper pity if you could see us lying dead beneath the tables piled with food and wine. The floor 420 swam thick with blood. I heard the desperate voice of Priam's daughter, poor Cassandra, whom deceitful Clytemnestra killed beside me. As I lay dying, struck through by the sword, I tried to lift my arms up from the ground. That she-dog turned away. I went to Hades. She did not even shut my eyes or close my mouth. There is no more disgusting act than when a wife betrays a man like that. That woman formed a plot to murder me. Her husband. When I got back home, I thought I would be welcomed, at least by my slaves and children. She has such an evil mind that she has poured down shame on her own head and on all other women, even good ones. I cried out, "Curse her! Zeus has always brought disaster to the house of Atreus through women. Many men were lost for Helen, and Clytemnestra formed this plot against you when you were far away." At once he answered, 440 So you must never treat your wife too well. Do not let her know everything you know. Tell her some things, hide others. But your wife will not kill you, Odysseus. The wise Penelope is much too sensible to do such things. Your bride was very young when we went off to war. She had a baby still at her breast, who must be now a man. He will be glad when you come home and see him, and he will throw his arms around his father. That is how things should go. My wife prevented my eager eyes from gazing at my son. She killed me first. I have a final piece of sound advice for you. Take heed of it. When you arrive in your own land, do not anchor your ship in full view, move in secret. There is no trusting women any longer. But have you any news about my son? Is he alive? Is he in Orchomenus, or sandy Pylos, or with Menelaus in Sparta? Surely my fine son Orestes is not yet dead, I answered. Agamemnon, why ask me this? I do not even know whether he is alive or dead. It is pointless to talk of hypotheticals. Both of us wept profusely, deeply grieving over the bitter words we spoke. Then came the spirits of Achilles and Patroclus and of Antilochus and Ajax, who was handsomest and had the best physique, of all the Greeks, next only to Achilles the sprinter. And Achilles recognized me and spoke in tears. My lord Odysseus, you fox! What will you think of next? How could you bear to come down to Hades? Numb dead people live here, the shades of poor exhausted mortals. I said, Achilles, greatest of Greek heroes, I came down here to meet Tiresias, in case he had advice for my return to rocky Ithaca. I have not even reached Greece, let alone my homeland. I have had bad luck. But no one's luck was ever better than yours, nor ever will be. In your life we Greeks respected you as we do gods, and now that you are here, you have great power among the dead. Achilles, you should not be bitter at your death. But he replied, Odysseus, you must not comfort me for death. I would prefer to be a workman, hired by a poor man on a peasant farm, than rule as king of all the dead. But come tell me about my son. Do you have news? Did he march off to war to be a leader? And what about my father Peleus? Does he still have good standing among all the Myrmidons? Or do they treat him badly in Thea and Greece, since he is old and frail? Now I have left the light of day, and am not there to help, as on the plains of Troy when I was killing the best Trojans, 500 to help the Greeks. If I could go for even a little while, with all that strength I had, up to my father's house, I would make those who hurt and disrespect him wish my hands were not invincible. I answered him, I'll have no news to tell about your father, but I can tell you all about your son, dear Neoptolemus. I brought him from Scyros by ship, with other well-armed Greeks when we were strategizing about Troy. He always spoke up first and to the purpose, unmatched except by Nestor and myself. And when we fought at Troy, he never paused in the great throng of battle, he was always fearlessly running forward, and he slaughtered enormous numbers in the clash of war. I cannot name all those he killed for us. But with his bronze he cut down Eurypylus, the son of Telephus, most handsome man I ever saw, next only to great Memnon. The multitude of Cetians he brought were also killed, since Priam bribed his mother. When we, the Argive leaders, were preparing to climb inside the wooden horse, it was my task to open up and close the door. The other Greek commanders were in tears, their legs were shaking. Not your handsome boy. I never saw his face grow pale, he had no tears to wipe away. Inside the horse, he begged me to allow him to jump out. He gripped his sword hilt and his heavy spear, so desperate to go hurt the Trojans. At last, when we had sacked the lofty city of Priam, he embarked weighed down with spoils. No sharp bronze spear had wounded him at all, he was unhurt by all the skirmishes endured in war when Ares rages blind. After I told him this, Achilles' ghost took great swift-footed strides across the fields of Asphodel, delighted to have heard know about the glorious prowess of his son. Other dead souls were gathering, all sad, each told the story of his sorrow. Only Ajax kept back, enraged because I won Achilles' armor, when the case was judged beside the ships. The hero's mother, Thetis, and sons of Troy, and Pallas, gave the arms to me. I wish I had not won this contest. For those arms Ajax lies beneath the earth, whose looks and deeds were best of all the Greeks, after Achilles, son of Peleus. I spoke to him to try to make it up. Please, Ajax, son of mighty Telamon, can you not set aside your rage at me about those cursed arms? Not even now, in death? The gods made them to ruin us. You were our tower, what a loss you were. We Greeks were struck by grief when you were gone. We mourned as long for you as for Achilles. Blame nobody but Zeus. He ruined us 5e in hatred for the army of the Greeks, and that was why he brought this doom on you. But listen now, my lord. Subdue your anger. He did not answer. He went off and followed the spirits of the dead to Erebus. Despite his rage, we might have spoken longer if I had not felt in my heart an urge to see more spirits. I saw Minos there, the son of Zeus, who holds the golden scepter and sits in judgment on the dead. They ask their king to arbitrate disputes, inside the house of Hades, where the doors are always wide open. I saw great Orion, chasing across the fields of Asphodel the beasts he killed when living high in lonely mountains, holding his indestructible bronze club, and I saw Tityrus, the son of Gaia, stretched out 9 miles. When Leto, Zeus' lover, was traveling to Pytho, through the fields of beautiful Panopus, he raped her. 522 vultures sit on either side of him, ripping his liver, plunging in his bowels, he fails to push them off. I saw the pain of Tantalus, in water to his chin, so parched, no way to drink. When that old man bent down towards the water, it was gone, some god had dried it up, and at his feet dark earth appeared. Tall leafy trees hung fruit above his head, sweet figs and pomegranates and brightly shining apples and ripe olives. But when he grasped them with his hands, the wind hurled them away towards the shadowy clouds. And I saw Sisyphus in torment, pushing a giant rock with both hands, leaning on it with all his might to shove it up towards a hilltop. When he almost reached the peak, its weight would swerve, and it would roll back down, heedlessly. But he kept on straining, pushing, his body drenched in sweat, his head all dusty. I saw a phantom of great Heracles. The man himself is with the deathless gods, happy and feasting, with fine-ankled Hebe, the child of mighty Zeus and golden Hera. Around his ghost, the dead souls shrieked like birds, all panic-struck. He walked like gloomy night, holding his bow uncast and with an arrow held on the string. He glowered terribly, poised for a shot. Around his chest was strapped a terracing baldric made of gold, fashioned with mannerless images of bears, wild boars, and lions with fierce staring eyes, and battles and the slaughtering of men. I hope the craftsman who designed this scene will never make another work like this. This Heracles at once knew who I was, and full of grief he cried, "Odysseus, master of every circumstance, so you are also tortured by the weight of fortune as I was while I lived beneath the sun? I was a son of Zeus, and yet my pains was infinite. I was enslaved to someone far less heroic than myself, who laid harsh labors on me. Once he sent me here to bring back Cerberus, since he could think of no worse task for me. I brought the dog up out of Hades, with the help of Hermes, and flashing-eyed Athena. He went back to Hades' house. I stayed, in case more heroes who died in ancient times should come to me. I would have seen the noble men I hoped for, Pirithous and Theseus, god-born. But masses of the dead came thronging round with eerie cries, and cold fear seized me, lest the dreadful Queen Persephone might send the monster's head, the Gorgon, out of Hades. So then I hurried back and told my men to climb on board the ship and loose the cables. They did so, and sat down along the benches. The current bore the ship down river ocean, first with the help of oars, and then fair wind. Book 12 Difficult choices. Our ship sailed out beyond the stream of ocean, across the waves of open sea, and came to Aeaea, home of newborn dawn, who dances in meadows with the beams of Helios. We beached the ship upon the sandy shore, and disembarked, and there we fell asleep while waiting for bright morning. When dawn came, born early, with her fingertips like petals, I sent my men to Circe's house, to bring the body of the dead Elpenor. Quickly we chopped the wood, and at the farthest headland we held a funeral for him, and wept profusely, crying out in grief. We burned his body and his gear, and built a mound, and dragged a pillar onto it, and fixed his oar on top each ritual step in turn. Circe, the well-groomed goddess, was aware that we were back from Hades, and she hurried to meet us with her slaves. They carried bread and meat and bright red wine. She stood among us, 20, and said, "This is amazing. You all went alive to Hades, you will be twice dead, when other people only die one time. Eat now, and stay here drinking wine all day. At dawn, sail on. I will explain your route in detail, so no evil thing can stitch a means to hurt you, on the land or sea." I am a stubborn man, but I agreed, so there we sat and feasted on the meat and strong sweet wine until the sun went down. When darkness fell, the men slept by the ship. Then Circe took my hand, and led me off apart from them, and questioned me in detail. I told her everything. The lady Circe replied at last, "That quest is over now. So listen, I will give you good instructions, another god will make sure you remember. First you will reach the sirens, who bewitch all passers-by. If anyone goes near them in ignorance, and listens to their voices, that man will never travel to his home, and never make his wife and children happy to have him back with them again. The sirens who sit there in their meadow will seduce him with piercing songs. Around about them lie great heaps of men, flesh rotting from their bones, their skin all shriveled up. Use wax to plug your sailors' ears as you row past, so they are deaf to them. But if you wish to hear them, your men must fasten you to your ship's masts, by hand and foot, straight upright, with tight ropes. So bound, you can enjoy the siren's song. But if you beg your men to set you free, they have to tie you down with firmer knots. Will not give you definite instructions about which route to take when you have sailed beyond the sirens. Let your heart decide. There are two choices, and the first goes through vast overhanging rocks, which Amphitrite batters aggressively with mighty waves. The blessed gods call these the wandering rocks. No birds can fly through safe, not even doves, who bring ambrosia to Zeus. One dove is always lost in that sheer gulf of stone, and Zeus must send another to restore the number of the flock. No human ship has ever passed there. When one tries to enter, the waves and raging gusts of fire engulf ship timbers and the bodies of the men. Only the famous Argo sailed through there, returning from the visit with eats. The current hurled the ship towards the rocks, but Hera, who loved Jason, led them safe. Taking the second way, you meet two rocks. One reaches up to heaven with its peak, surrounded by blue fog that never clears. No light comes through there, even in the summer. No man could climb it or set foot upon it, even if he had 20 hands and feet. The rock is sheer, as if it had been polished. Right in the middle lies a murky cave that faces west, towards dark Erebus. Steer your ship past it, great Odysseus. The hollow cave is so high up, no man could shoot it with an arrow. There lives Scylla, howling and barking horribly. Her voice is puppy-like, but she is dangerous, even a god would be afraid of her. She has 12 dangling legs and 6 long necks with a gruesome head on each, and in each faces 3 rows of crowded teeth, pregnant with death. Her belly slumps inside the hollow cave. She keeps her heads above the yawning chasm and scopes around the rock, and hunts for fish. She catches dolphins, seals, and sometimes even enormous whales. Queen Amphitrite, ruler of roaring waters, nurtures many creatures. No sailors ever pass that way unharmed. She snatches one man with each mouth from off each dark proud ship. The other rock is near, 100 enough to shoot an arrow right across. This second rock is lower down, and on it there grows a fig tree with thick leaves. Beneath, divine Charybdis sucks black water down. 3 times a day she spurts it up, 3 times she glugs it down. Avoid that place when she is swallowing the water. No one could save you from death then, even great Poseidon. Row fast, and steer your ship alongside Scylla, since it is better if you lose 6 men 110 than all of them. I answered, Goddess, please tell me the truth, is there no other way? Or can I somehow circumvent Charybdis and stop that Scylla when she tries to kill my men? The goddess answered, No, you fool. Your mind is still obsessed with deeds of war. But now you must surrender to the gods. She is not mortal. She is deathless, evil, terrible, wild and cruel. You cannot fight her. The best solution and the only way is flight. I am afraid if you take time to arm beside the rock, she will attack again with all 6 heads and take 6 more. So row away with all your might, and call on Scylla's mother, Crateus, great force, who bore her as a blight on humankind. Go fast, before the goddess strikes again. Then you will reach the island called Thrinacia, where Helios keeps sheep and many cattle, 50 per herd, with 7 herds in all. They never reproduce or die, and those who tend them are the smooth-haired goddesses, Phaethousa and Lampetia, the shining daughters of Helios by bright Neaera. She brought them up, then sent them off to live there in remote Thrinacia, to guard their father's sheep and cattle. If you can remember home and leave the cows unharmed, you will at last arrive in Ithaca. But if you damage them, I must fort 11140 disaster for your ship and for your crew. Even if you survive, you will return late and humiliated, having caused the death of all your men. The golden throne of dawn was riding up the sky as Circe concluded, and she strode across her island. I went back to my ship and roused the men to get on board and loose the sternward cables. Embarking, they sat down, each in his place, and struck the grey salt water with their oars. Behind our dark proud ship, the dreadful goddess Circe sent friendly wind to fill the sails. We worked efficiently to organize the rigging, and the breeze and pilot steered. Then with an anxious heart I told the crew, my friends, the revelations Circe shared with me should not be kept a secret, known to me alone. I will share them with you, and we can die in knowledge of the truth, or else escape. She said we must avoid 160 the voices of the otherworldly sirens, steer past their flowering meadow. And she says that I alone should hear their singing. Bind me, to keep me upright at the mast, wound round with rope. If I beseech you and command you to set me free, you must increase my bonds and chain me even tighter. So I told them each detail. Soon our well-built ship, blown fast by fair winds, neared the island of the sirens, and suddenly, the wind died down. Calm came. Some spirit lulled the waves to sleep. The men got up, pulled down the sails, and stowed them in the hollow hold. They sat at oar and made the water whiten, struck by polished wood. I gripped a wheel of wax between my hands, sand cut it small. Firm kneading and the sunlight warmed it, and then I rubbed it in the ears of each man in his turn. They bound my hands and feet, straight upright at the mast. They sat and hit the sea with oars. We traveled fast, and when we were in earshot of the sirens, they knew our ship was near, and started singing. Odysseus, come here. You are well known from many stories. Glory of the Greeks. Now stop your ship and listen to our voices. All those who pass this way hear honeyed song, poured from our mouths. The music brings them joy, and they go on their way with greater knowledge, since we know everything the Greeks and Trojans suffered in Troy, by God's will, and we know whatever happens anywhere on earth. Their song was so melodious, I longed to listen more. I told my men to free me. I scowled at them, but they kept rowing on. Eurylochus and Perimedes stood and tied me even tighter, with more knots. But when we were well past them and I could no longer hear the singing of the sirens, I nodded to my men, and they removed the wax that I had used to plug their ears, and untied me. When we had left that island, I saw a mighty wave and smoke, and heard a roar. The men were terrified, their hands let fall the oars, they splashed down in the water. The ship stayed still, since no one now was pulling the slender blades. I strode along the deck, pausing to cheer each man, then gave a speech to rally all of them. Dear friends, we are experienced in danger. This is not worse than the time the Cyclops captured us, 210, and forced us to remain inside his cave. We got away that time, thanks to my skill and brains and strategy. Remember that. Come on then, all of you, and trust my words. Sit on your benches, strike the swelling deep with oars, since Zeus may grant us a way out from this disaster also. Pilot, listen, these are your orders. As you hold the rudder, direct the ship away from that dark smoke and rising wave, and head towards the rock. If the ship veers the other way, you will endanger us." They promptly followed orders. I did not mention Scylla, since she meant inevitable death, and if they knew, the men would drop the oars and go and huddle down in the hold in fear. Then I ignored Circe's advice that I should not bear arms. It was too hard for me. I dressed myself in glorious armor, in my hands I took 2 long spears, and I climbed up on the forecastle. I thought that rocky Scylla would appear from that direction, to destroy my men. So we rowed through the narrow strait in tears. On one side, Scylla, on the other, shining Charybdis with a dreadful gurgling noise sucked down the water. When she spewed it out, she seethed, all churning like a boiling cauldron on a huge fire. The froth flew high, to spatter the topmost rocks on either side. But when she swallowed back the sea, she seemed all stirred 240 from inside, and the rock around was roaring dreadfully, and the dark blue sand below was visible. The men were seized by fear. But while our frightened gaze was on Charybdis, Scylla snatched 6 men from the ship, my strongest, best fighters. Looking back from down below, I saw their feet and hands up high, as they were carried off. In agony they cried to me and called my name, their final words. As when a fisherman out on a cliff 250 casts his long rod and line set round with ox horn to trick the little fishes with his bait, when one is caught, he flings it gasping back onto the shore. So those men gasped as Scylla lifted them up high to her rocky cave and at the entrance ate them up, still screaming, still reaching out to me in their death throes. That was the most hair-trending sight I saw in all the time I suffered on the sea. Free from the rocks of Scylla and Charybdis 260, we quickly reached the island of the god, Hyperion's son Helios, the sun god. There were his cattle, with their fine broad faces, and many flocks of well-fed sheep. While still out on the sea in my black ship, I heard the lowing of the cattle in their pens, and bleating of the sheep. I kept in mind the words of blind Tiresias the prophet and Circe. Both had given strict instructions that we avoid the island of the sun, the god of human joy. I told the men with heavy heart, "My friends, I know how much you have endured. But listen to me now." Tiresias and Circe both insisted we must avoid the island of the sun, the joy of mortals. They said dreadful danger lurks there for us. We have to steer our ship around it. They were quite downcast by this. Eurylochus said angrily to me, "You are unfair to us, Odysseus. You may be strong, you never seem to tire, you must be made of iron. But we men have had no rest or sleep, we are exhausted. And you refuse to let us disembark and cook our tasty dinner on this island. You order us to drift around all night in our swift ship across the misty sea. At night, fierce storms rise up and wreck men's ships, and how can anyone escape disaster if sudden gusts of wind from north or west so bring cruel blasts to break the ship, despite the wishes of the gods? Let us submit to evening. Let us stay here, and cook food beside the ship. At dawn we can embark and sail the open sea." That was his speech. The other men agreed, and then I saw a spirit must be plotting our destruction. My words flew out. "Eurylochus, you force me to yield, since I am one and you are many. But all of you, swear me a mighty oath. If we find any herd of cows, or flock of sheep, do not be fool enough to kill a single animal. Stay clear, and eat tea food provided by immortal Circe." They swore as I commanded. When they finished making the oath, we set our well-built ship inside the curving harbor, near fresh water. The men got out and skillfully cooked dinner. When they were satisfied with food and drink, they wept, remembering their dear companions, whom Scylla captured from the ship and ate. Sweet sleep came down upon them as they cried. When night was over, when the stars were gone, Zeus roused a blast of wind, an eerie storm. He covered earth and sea with fog, and darkness fell down from heaven. When rose-fingered dawn appeared, we dragged the ship inside a cave, a place nymphs danced in, and we moored it there. I gave a speech to my assembled men. My friends, we have supplies on board. Let us 220 not touch the cattle, or we will regret it. Those cows and fat sheep are the property of Helios, the great sun god, who sees all things, and hears all things. I told them this. Reluctantly they yielded. But that month the south wind blew and never stopped. No other was ever blowing, only south and east. While the men still had food and wine, they kept clear of the cows. They hoped to save their lives. But when our ship's supplies ran out, the men were forced to hunt. They used their hooks to catch both fish and birds, whatever they could get, since hunger gnawed their bellies. I strode off to pray, in case some god would show me how to get back home. I left my men behind, and crossed the island, washed my hands, in shelter out of the wind, and prayed to all the gods. They poured sweet sleep upon my eyes. Meanwhile, Eurylochus proposed a foolish plan. Listen, my friends. You have already suffered too much. All human deaths are hard to bear. But starving is most miserable of all. So let us poach the finest of these cattle, and sacrifice them to the deathless gods. If we get home to Ithaca, at once we will construct a temple to the sun god, with treasure in it. If he is so angry about these cows that he decides to wreck our ship, and if the other gods agree would prefer to drink the sea and die so at once, then perish slowly, shriveled up here on this desert island. All the others agreed with him. They went to poach the best of Helios' cattle, which were grazing beside the ship. The men surrounded them, and called upon the gods. They had plucked leaves from oak trees on the ship. There was no barley. They prayed, then killed them, skinned them, and cut off the thighs, and covered up the bones with fat, a double layer, with raw meat on top. Ago they had no wine to pour libations over the burning offering, but they made do with water, and they roasted all the innards. And when the thighs were burned, the entrails sprinkled, they cut the other meat up into chunks for skewers. Sweet sleep melted from my eyes. I rushed back to the ship beside the shore. When I was close, the meaty smell of cooking enfolded me. I groaned, and told the gods, O Zeus, and all you deathless gods. You blinded 270 my mind with that infernal sleep. My men did dreadful things while I was gone. Meanwhile, Lampetia in flowing skirts ran off to tell the sun god we had killed his cows. Enraged, he called the other gods. Great Zeus, and all you other deathless gods, you must punish Odysseus' men. They killed my cattle. I delighted in those cows all through each day, when I went up to heaven and when I turned to earth. If they do know to repay me, I will sink down into Hades and bring my bright light only to the dead. Zeus answered, Helios, please shine with us and shine for mortals on life-giving earth. I will immediately smite their ship with my bright thunderbolt, and smash it up in fragments, all across the wine-dark sea. I heard this from the beautiful Calypso, who had been told by Hermes. Back on shore beside my ship, I scolded each of them. It did no good, the cows were dead already. The gods sent signs, the hides began to twitch, the meat on skewers started mooing, raw and cooked. There was the sound of cattle lowing. For 6 days my men banqueted on beef from Helios. When Zeus, the son of Cronus, led in the 7th day, the wind became less stormy, and we quickly went on board. We set the mast up and unfurled the sails and set out on the open sea. When we had left that island, we could see no other, only the sky and sea. Zeus made a mass of dark blue storm cloud hang above our ship. The sea grew dark beneath it. For a moment the ship moved on, but then came Zephyr, shrieking, noisily rushing, with torrential tempest. A mighty gust of wind broke off both forestays, the tacking was all scattered in the hold. The mast was broken backwards, and it struck the pilot in the stern, it smashed his skull, his bones were crushed, his skeleton was smashed. He fell down like a diver from the deck, his spirit left his body. At that instant, Zeus thundered and hurled bolts to strike the ship, shaken, it filled with sulfur. All the men fell overboard, and they were swept away like seagulls on the waves beside the ship. The gods prevented them from reaching home. I paced on board until the current ripped the ship's side from the keel. The waves bore off 420 the husk, and snapped the mast. But thrown across it there was a backstay cable, oxhide leather. With this I lashed the keel and mast together, and rode them, carried on by fearsome winds. At last the tempest ceased, the west wind lulled. I worried that the south wind might compel me to backtrack, to the terrible Charybdis. All night I was swept backwards, and at sunrise I came back to the dreadful rocks of Scylla and of Charybdis, gulping salty water, 420 and overshadowed by the fig tree's branches. I jumped and clutched its trunk, bat-like unable to plant my feet, or climb. The roots were down too low, the tall long branches were too high. So I kept clinging on, I hoped Charybdis would belch my mast and keel back up. She did. As one who spends the whole day judging quarrels between young men, at last goes home to eat at that same hour, the planks came bobbing up out of Charybdis. I let go my hands and feet and dropped myself way down to splash into the sea below, beside the timbers of floating wood. I clambered onto them, and used my hands to row myself away, and Zeus ensured that Scylla did not see me, or else I could not have survived. I drifted for 9 days. On the evening of the 10th, the gods helped me to reach the island of the dreadful, beautiful, divine Calypso. She loved and cared for me. Why should I tell so the story that I told you and your wife yesterday in your house? It is annoying, repeating tales that have been told before. Book 13. 2 tricksters. After he finished, all were silent, spellbound, sitting inside the shadowy hall. At last, Alcinous said, "Now, Odysseus, since you have been my guest, beneath my roof, you need not wander any more. You have endured enough, you will get home again. And all you regulars, my honored friends who always drink red wine here in my house and listen to my singer, heed my words. Our guest has clothes packed up inside a trunk, and other gifts that we have given him. Each of us now should add a mighty tripod and cauldron. I will make the people pay a levy, so that none of us will suffer from unrewarded generosity." The king's words pleased them all. They went back home to rest. Then Dawn was born again, her fingers bloomed, and they hurried back towards the ship bringing heroic gifts of bronze. The king embarked and stowed them underneath the beams, 20 to leave room for the crew when they were rowing. Then all the men went back with him to eat. The holy king killed sacrificial meat, a cow to Zeus of dark clouds, son of Cronus, who rules the world. They burned the thighs and feasted in happiness. The well-respected singer Demodocus made music in their midst. But all the while Odysseus kept turning his head towards the shining sun, impatient for it to set. He longed to leave. As when a man is desperate for dinner-time after he spends the whole day with his oxen dragging the jointed plough across the field, and welcomes sunset, when he can go home to eat, his legs are aching on the way. Just so Odysseus was glad of sunset. At once he told the seafaring Phaeacians, especially Alcinous, great king, and all of you, please send me safely home with offerings, and thank you. I am grateful to you for giving me my heart's desire. A passage home, with gifts. I hope the gods maintain my luck. When I am home, I pray to find my wife still faultless, and my loved ones safe. And may you Phaeacians live to bring joy to your wives and children every blessing. I pray there is no trouble for your people. They praised his words and said that they must help their guest go home, since he had spoken well. Alcinous addressed his right-hand man. 50 Pontonous, now mix a bowl of wine, set drinks to everybody in the hall, so we may pray to Zeus and help our guest back to his homeland. So the steward mixed a cheering bowl of wine and served them all in turn. Still in their seats, they poured libations to all the blessed gods that live in heaven. Godlike Odysseus stood up and put a double-handled cup into the hands of Arete. His words flew out to her. Bless you forever, Queen, until old age and death arrive for you, as for us all. We'll leave now. Be happy in your home and children, and your people, and your king. With that, the noble hero crossed the threshold. Alcinous sent out his steward with him to guide him to the swift ship on the shore. Arete sent some slave girls too. One brought a freshly laundered cloak and tunic, one carried the well-carved chest, the third brought bread, and red wine. When they reached the ship, the guides took all the food and drink and packed it neatly inside the hold. They spread a sheet and blanket out on the stern deck of the hollow ship so he could sleep there soundly. Climbing on, he lay there quietly. The rowers sat down on the benches calmly, and then loosed the cable from the mooring stone. They pulled, leaning back hard, the oar blades splashed the water. A sound sweet sleep fell on his eyes, like death, he did not stir. As 4 fine stallions rush at the whip and race their chariot across the track, heads high, an easy canter, so was the ship's prow raised. The seething waves of sounding purple sea rushed round the stern as she sped straight ahead. The swiftest bird, a hawk, could never overtake, she sailed so fast, and cleaved the waves. She bore a man whose mind was like the gods, who had endured many heartbreaking losses, and the pain so of war and shipwreck. Now he slept in peace, and he remembered nothing of his pain. But when the brightest star that carries news about the coming dawn rose up the sky, the sea-borne ship neared land. There is a harbor of Phorcys, ancient sea god, in the district of Ithaca. On either side of it there are sheer cliffs that jut across the bay. They shelter it and keep big waves outside when storm winds blow. The ships remain in harbors without a tether, once they cross its bounds. At the bay's head there grows a long-leafed olive, and near it is a beautiful dark cave, a holy place of sea nymphs Nereids. Inside are bowls and amphorae of stone, and buzzing bees bring honey. There are looms also of stone. The nymphs weave purple cloth, sea purple it is marvelous to see. Water is always flowing through. There are 2 entrances. The north one is for humans, the south is sacred. People cannot enter that way, it is the path of the immortals. They rode inside the bay, they knew the place of old. Their arms were pulling at top speed, the ship was traveling so fast that when she reached dry land, she beached for half her length. They disembarked, and lifted from the ship Odysseus, wrapped up in sheets and blankets. They set him on the sand, still fast asleep. They unpacked all the presents he was given by the Phaeacian lords to take back home, thanks to Athena's care. They heaped the things beside the olive tree, so no one passing would do them any damage while their owner was sleeping. Then they rowed away, back home. Poseidon, lord of earthquakes, still remembered his hatred of Odysseus. He asked Zeus what he meant to do. "O Father Zeus! I will lose all my standing with the gods, since mortals fail to honor me, though these no Phaeacians are my very own descendants. I always said Odysseus would reach home in the end. I did not take away that privilege from him, no, not at all, since you had promised it with your own nod." Their swift ship carried him across the ocean, and they have set him down in Ithaca with a magnificent array of gifts: bronze, heaps of gold and fine-spun clothes, far more spoils than he ever would have won at Troy 140 if he had got out safely. Storm god Zeus exclaimed, "Earth shaker! How absurd! The gods do not dishonor you. It would be hard to disrespect an elder so high-ranking. If willful humans fail to show respect, then punish them. You always have that power. Do as you wish." Poseidon answered, "Lord of dark clouds, I have always wanted to. I held back out of deference to you. But now, when that fine ship of those Phaeacians 150 comes back from helping him across, I want to smash it in the sea, and overwhelm their city with a mountain, to prevent them from ever guiding travelers again." The Cloud Lord Zeus said, "Brother, I suggest that while the people in the city watch, you turn the ship arriving into stone, still looking like a ship. They will all be shocked. Then you can surround their town with a huge mountain." Hearing this, Poseidon went to Phaeacian Scheria, and waited. As the ship sped towards the shore, the god moved near it, turned it all to stone, and slapped his palm to make it rooted to the seabed. He vanished, and the people of Phaeacia, known for their oars and famous ships, began to ask each other, "What? Who fixed that ship firm in the sea as she was rushing home? We saw it all." They could not understand it. Alcinous addressed the crowd and spoke. 170 So it is true. My father long ago said that Poseidon hates us for our habit of helping travelers get home again. We got away with it, but he foretold that one day great Poseidon would destroy a ship on her return from such a journey. The god would hide our city with a mountain. And now the old man's words are coming true. So all of you must listen to me now. Stop helping visitors to travel onward. We have to sacrifice 12 bulls, hand-picked for Lord Poseidon, so he may show mercy, and not enfold our city in a mountain." At this, they were afraid, and they prepared the bulls, and all the leaders of Phaeacia prayed to Poseidon, standing round the altar. Meanwhile Odysseus, who had been sleeping in his own native land of Ithaca, woke up, but did not recognize the place from which he had been absent for so long. Pallas Athena cast a mist upon it, so she could tell him how things stood, and make him unrecognizable to his own wife and family and neighbors, till he paid the suitors back for how they misbehaved. The friendly harbors and the winding paths and leafy trees were all quite unfamiliar to their own king. He leapt up to his feet, and looking at his native land, he groaned and smacked his thighs, and sobbed, "Where am I now? Are those who live here violent and cruel? Or are they kind to strangers, folks who fear the gods? Where can I carry all my treasure? And where can I go wandering? If only I had remained there in Phaeacia, till I went on to some other mighty king who might have been my friend and helped me home. Where can I leave my things? Not here for sure, they will be stolen. Those Phaeacian lords were not so trustworthy. They promised me 210 that they would bring me home to Ithaca. They broke their word and brought me somewhere else. May Zeus who helps the needy make them pay. Zeus watches everyone, and punishes the sinner. Let me count my treasure now, they may have stolen some when they sailed off. He counted all the tripods, cauldrons, gold, and cloth, but none was missing. Then he paced beside the loud resounding sea, hunched up with homesickness and sobbing in his grief. 220 Athena came towards him. She looked like a shepherd, young and soft-skinned as a prince, wearing a folded mantle of fine cloth across her shoulders. On her tender feet were sandals, and she held a javelin. Odysseus was overjoyed to see her. He cried, "Oh, friend! You are the very first person that I have met here. Greetings! Please, be kind, protect my treasure and myself. I pray to you and supplicate, as if you were a god. I touch your knees, please help me. And tell me, please, what is this place? An island? Or is it a peninsula that slopes towards the sea from fertile mainland fields? Who lives here?" And with twinkling eyes the goddess said, "Stranger, you must be a foreigner from distant parts, or foolish, since you ask about this famous country. Many people know it, from those who live towards the east under the rising sun, to those out west in lands of gloomy dusk. This is rough country, not fit for grazing horses, and not spacious, but not infertile. Corn and wine abound here. The land is always wet with rain and dew. There are fine water holes, and it is good for raising goats and cattle, and the trees are varied. Foreigner, I think the name of Ithaca is even known in Troy, a land they say is far away from Greece." Odysseus, who had endured so much, 250 so long, was overjoyed to hear from her that he was in his own dear native land. His words took wings and flew, but he did not tell her the truth. He bit his story back. His mind was always full of clever schemes. "Yes, I have heard of Ithaca, although I come from distant Crete. Now I am here with all this wealth. I left an equal share of riches for my children back at home. I am in exile. On the fields of Crete I killed Orsilochus, the speedy sprinter, the son of Idomeneus, the king. I had refused to serve or help his father at Troy. I led my own men. So the son wanted to steal the Trojan spoils for which worked so hard, in war and long sea journeys. I hid beside the road with one companion, and as he came back from the countryside, I ambushed him, and hit him with my spear. The sky was dark that night, and no one saw me kill him with my sharp sword of bronze. And after I murdered him, I quickly rode away to visit the Phoenicians, and I gave them a share of loot, which made them very glad. I told them they should transport me to Pylos, or famous Elis, ruled by the Epeans. But storm winds drove them off away from there against their will. They did not mean to trick me. So swept off course, we came here in the night. We rode at top speed into harbor, hungry, but none of us took any thought of dinner. We disembarked and all lay down right there. Sweet sleep enfolded me. I was exhausted. They took my treasure from the ship and set it beside me as I slept upon the sand. And then they sailed away to well-built Sidon, and I was left here grieving." At his words, Athena smiled into his eyes. She took his hand, and changed her body to a woman's, beautiful, tall, and skilled in all the arts. Zs her words were light as feathers. To outwit you in all your tricks, a person or a god would need to be an expert at deceit. You clever rascal! So duplicitous, so talented at lying. You love fiction and tricks so deeply, you refuse to stop even in your own land. Yes, both of us are smart. No man can plan and talk like you, and I am known among the gods for insight and craftiness. You failed to recognize me. I am Athena, child of Zeus. I always stand near you and take care of you, in all your hardships. I made sure that you were welcomed by the Phaeacians. I have come here now to weave a plan with you and hide the treasure which, thanks to me, they gave you to take home. I will reveal the challenges you face at home. This is your fate, and you must bear it bravely, not telling any man or woman that you have finished wandering and come back. No, suffer in silence, bear their brutal treatment. Odysseus, still wary, answered, Goddess, even the smartest man may find it hard to recognize you. You disguise yourself so many ways. I do know that you helped me during the Trojan War, so long ago. But when we Greeks had sacked the town of Priam, and we embarked, and gods dispersed our fleet, I did not see you there on board my ship, daughter of Zeus. You gave me no protection. No, lost and confused, I waited for the gods to free me from my pain. I met you later, in rich Phaeacia, and you spoke to me comforting words, and led me to the city. Please, by your father Zeus. I cannot think that this is Ithaca. I must be elsewhere. You want to fool me and make fun of me. Tell me the truth. Is this my own dear home? With glowing eyes she said, You always have such keen intelligence, and that is why I cannot leave you when you need my help. You have such intuition and such focus. An ordinary man would rush straight home to see his wife and children when he reached his country, after such a journey. You decided not to even ask about them, until you test your wife. She sits at home, passing each night in misery, each day in tears. For my part, I have never doubted. I felt sure in my heart you would get home 24 after the loss of all your men. But I did not want conflict with my father's brother, Poseidon, who resented you because you blinded his beloved son. Now I will show you Ithaca, so you believe. This is the Bay of Phorcys, ancient sea god, and at the head there is an olive tree with long leaves, and nearby, the shady cave sacred to nymphs called Nereids, to whom you sacrificed so many hundred cattle. And here is Nereidon, the wooded mountain with that, the goddess made the mist disperse. The land was visible. Odysseus, after so long a wait and so much pain, was filled with happiness at last. In joy he kissed the fertile earth of his own country, then lifted high his arms and prayed, O nymphs! I never thought I would come back to you, daughters of Zeus. Accept my loving prayers, and I will give you gifts, as in the past, if my commander, child of Zeus, is kind. And lets me live and raise my son. Athena looked straight into his eyes and said, Be brave. You need not worry. Let us hurry now to hide the treasure safely in the cave. And then we must make plans. The goddess went down in the murky cave, and looked around for hiding spots. Odysseus brought in the presents the Phaeacians gave him: gold, and tireless bronze and finely woven cloth. Athena set them all inside, and fixed the doorstone up, and then the two sat down against the sacred olive and they planned how to destroy the suitors. Eyes aglow, Athena said, Great king, Laertes' son, master of plots and plans, Odysseus, think how to strike the suitors. For 3 years they have been lording in your house and courting your godlike wife with gifts. She always longs for your return, and grieves. She leads them on, with promises and messages to each, but her mind moves elsewhere. Odysseus cried, "Oh! I would have died like Agamemnon in my own house, if you had not explained exactly how things stand. So, goddess, now weave me a strategy to pay them back. Stand by me, give me courage and the drive to fight as when I broke the shining crown of Troy. If you will join me with that zeal and help me, goddess queen, I could do battle 290 against 300 men at once." Athena looked straight at him, clear-eyed. She said, "El will be with you, truly. No, I stand beside you as we begin our work. I do believe the suitors who devour your livelihood will spatter your broad floors with blood and brains. But now I will disguise you, so no human can recognize you. I will shrivel up the fine skin of your supple arms and legs, ruin your hair, and dress you up in rags, so everyone will shudder, seeing you. And I will cloud your eyes, to make you seem ugly to all the suitors, and your wife and to the son you left at home. Now visit the swineherd who, though he is just a slave, adores your son and wise Penelope and is your friend. Go look for him among the sows who root beside the Coryx rock and near the spring of Arethusa, drinking black water, eating good nutritious acorns, which fatten pigs. Stay there and sit with him, and ask him everything. And I will go to Sparta, where the girls are beautiful, to fetch Telemachus, the boy you love. He went to Menelaus, to find out if you are still alive." He asked her sharply, "But why did you not tell him? You must know everything. Did you want him suffering like me, lost out at sea, while others eat his whole inheritance?" With shining eyes. Athena answered, "Come now, do not worry about the boy. I guided him myself so that he might win glory by his journey. He is not suffering. He is away, sitting and banqueting with Menelaus. The suitors do indeed desire to kill him, and wait in ambush for him in their ship. But they will not succeed, I think. The earth will cover one or more of those who eat your property." Then with her wand Athena tapped him, his handsome body withered up, his limbs became arthritic. She bleached out his hair, and made his skin look old and wrinkled, and dimmed his fine bright eyes. She turned his clothes into a tattered cloak and ragged tunic, dirty with soot. She wrapped around his shoulders a massive leather deerskin, and she gave him a threadbare tote bag and a walking stick. Their plans were set, they parted. She went off to Sparta, to go fetch Telemachus. Book 14. A loyal slave leaving the bay, he hiked the rugged path through woodland and across the cliffs. Athena had shown him where to go to find the swineherd. Of all those in Odysseus' household, this noble slave cared most about preserving the master's property. Odysseus found him as he was sitting out on his porch. His yard was high and visible for miles, of field stones topped with twigs of thorny pear. He built it in the absence of his master with no help from Laertes or the mistress. Around the yard, he set a ring of stakes, of wood with bark stripped off. Inside the yard, he made 12 sties all next to one another, 4 breeding sows, with 50 in each one. The boars slept outside, there were fewer of them, because the suitors kept on eating them. The swineherd let them have the fattest boars, just 360 still remained. Their captain kept 4 fierce half-wild dogs to guard the gate. Now he was cutting ox hide to make himself some sandals. Of his men, 3 herded up the pigs, and ran around in all directions, he had sent the fourth to town to take a pig to those proud suitors. He had no choice, he had to satisfy their cravings for fresh meat. Then suddenly the guard dogs saw Odysseus, and rushed towards him with loud barks. He kept his head, and sank down to the ground and dropped his stick. They would have hurt him terribly, and shamed him on his own property, but acting fast the swineherd dropped his leather work and rushed to chase the dogs away. He yelled at them and pelted them with stones to make them scatter. And then he told his master, "My dogs almost ripped you apart, old man. You would have brought me shame, when the gods are hurting me already. I am in mourning for an absent master, raising his pigs for other men to eat. 40 My lord is lost and maybe even hungry, in lands where the people speak in foreign tongues. If he is even still alive, still seeing the sunlight. Well now, follow me, old man, fill up on food and wine, then tell me where you come from, and the troubles you have borne." The noble swineherd heaped up cushy brushwood, and spread a furry goatskin over it, his own bed blanket, thick and warm. Odysseus sat down and was delighted at this welcome. He said, "May Zeus and all the deathless gods reward you with your heart's desire, because you welcomed me so willingly." "And you, Eumaeus," answered, "one must honor guests and foreigners and strangers, even those much poorer than oneself. Zeus watches over beggars and guests and strangers. What I have to give is small, but I will give it gladly. Life is like this for slaves, we live in fear, when younger men have power over us. My real lord is kept from home by gods. He would have taken care of me, and given what kindly owners give to loyal slaves, a house with land, and wife whom many men would want as recompense for years of labor which gods have blessed and made to prosper. Master would have been good to me, if he had stayed here till old age. He must be dead by now. Damn Helen and her family. So many have died for her sake. Master went to Troy 70 to win back Agamemnon's honor, fighting the Trojans. Then he belted up his tunic and hurried to the pen, and chose 2 piglets. Inside he butchered them, singed off the bristles, chopped up the meat and roasted it on skewers. He set it, piping hot, before his guest, sprinkling barley on the top. He mixed wine in an ivy bowl, as sweet as honey, and then sat down across from him, and urged, "Now, guest, eat up. This is a poor slave's meal, a suckling pig." The suitors eat the hogs. Their hearts have no compassion. They ignore the gods, who watch and hate such crimes and bless good deeds and justice. Even cutthroat pirates, who go to plunder other people's lands, seizing the spoils that Zeus has granted them, and sail home in a ship filled full of treasure, even they feel the watchful eyes of gods. These suitors must have heard some god's voice saying, "Odysseus has died." So they refuses, to go back to their own homes or to arrange suitable marriages. Instead they sit, wasting his wealth on feasts. Each night and day they butcher sheep, not one but dozens of them, and pour out yet more wine for reckless drinking. Those selfish oafs! My lord was very rich, no others on the mainland or back here in Ithaca, nor 20 all combined, possessed as much. I will list all of it. 12 herds of cattle on the mainland, 12 100 of sheep, and 12 of pigs, and 12 of goats. He had to hire more laborers to help us. And out here on the far end of the island, 11 herds of goats are grazing, watched by good men. Every day, a herdsman takes whichever goat seems fattest and most healthy up to the palace. Who watch these pigs, must choose the best for them. Odysseus gratefully wolfed the meat and drank the wine in silence. He was hatching plots to ruin the suitors. After he had had enough to eat, he took the wine cup he had drunk from, filled it again and gave it to Eumaeus, who took it gladly. Then Odysseus said, "Friend, who bought you? This rich, noble man that you describe, who is he? You say he died in the war for Agamemnon's honor. Perhaps I know him, since he must be famous. Zeus and the other gods will be aware if I have seen him and can bring you news." He traveled widely. But the swineherd said, "His wife and son will not trust travelers who claim to bring them news. Tramps always lie to get a meal. They have no cause to tell the truth. All those who pass through Ithaca go to my mistress spinning foolish tales. She welcomes them and questions them, while tears stream from her eyes, and rightly so. A wife should mourn for her dead husband. Sir, you also would weave tall tales if you got clothes for it. But in reality, my master's skin has been ripped off his bones by birds of prey and dogs. His life is gone. Or he has been eaten at sea by fish. His bones are lying upon the beach, heaped high with sand. His death is ruin for us all, especially me, since I will never have so kind a master, however far I go, not even if I go back to the home of my own parents who gave me birth and brought me up. I wish 140 that I could see them, in my native land. But I grieve less for my own family than for Odysseus. I miss him so. I hesitate to call him by his name, stranger. I would prefer to call him brother, even when he is far away, because he loved and cared for me with so much kindness." Odysseus was self-restrained. He said, "My friend, you are so adamant, insisting that he will not come back. You have no faith. But this is no tall tale. I swear to you Odysseus is on his way. And when he is in his own house, then I will claim my prize as messenger some better clothes. Till then, I will take nothing, though I need them. I hate like Hades' gates the man who caves to poverty, and starts to lie. I swear by Zeus, and by the welcome that you gave me, and by the hearth of great Odysseus, where I am going, all this will turn outals, as I say now. Odysseus will come, within this very cycle of the moon, between the waning and the waxing time, he will come home, and pay back all those here who disrespect his wife and noble son." You answered him, swineherd Eumaeus, "Sir, will not give you this reward, since he will not come home. Relax and drink. Let us think about other things. Do not remind me. My heart is troubled when a person mentions my faithful master. Never mind your oath. I hope he comes, as do Penelope and old Laertes and Telemachus. May it come true. But I cannot forget my grief for that poor boy, my master's son. Thanks to the gods, he grew up like a tree, handsome and strong, as if to match his father when he becomes a man. But somebody or some god ruined his good sense. He went to Pylos, seeking news about his father. The suitors lie in wait for when he comes back home, and soon Arcesius' line will be wiped out on Ithaca. No more. They may catch him, or he may get away, kept safe by Zeus. Now tell me, sir, the truth about your own adventures. Where are you from? Where do your parents live? Where is your town? On what boat did you sail here? How did sailors bring you to Ithaca? And who were they? I know you did not reach this land by foot." Odysseus said cunningly, "I will tell you the truth, the whole truth. How I wish we two could sit at ease here in this cottage, and we had food and sweet strong wine to last as long as we desired, while all the work was done by others. Even if I talked a whole year, I would not complete the story of everything the gods have made me suffer. Proudly I say, I come from spacious Crete, the son of wealthy Castor Hylacides, whose sons by his main wife were numerous, raised in his house. My mother was a slave, bought as a concubine, and yet my father respected me like all his other sons. The Cretan people held him in high honor as if he were a god, since he was rich and had such noble sons. But fate arrived to take him down to Hades. Then my brothers selfishly seized his property, and gave only a tiny part to me, with bare lies a place to live. But I was not a weakling, or cowardly in fighting. My great skill and talent helped me win a wife who had a decent dowry, all lost now. But you can see in stubble how the grain once grew, though I am crushed by grief. I have the gift of courage from Athena and from Ares. Whenever I chose warriors to ambush our enemies, I never thought of death. I leapt out far in front, and ran to catch them 220 and spear them. That was how I was in war. I did not like farm work or housekeeping, or raising children. I liked sailing better, and war with spears and arrows, deadly weapons. Others may shudder at such things, but gods made my heart love them. People's preferences are different. Before the Greeks went off to march on Troy, I led my troops and fleet on 9 forays, with great success. I had my pick of all the spoils, and got much more when we shared out the winnings. Soon my house grew rich, I was a fine, important man among the Cretans. But far-seeing Zeus arranged that expedition of disaster, which made so many men collapse and fall. The people wanted me to sail to Troy with Idomeneus. We had no choice, their will was strong, constraining us. We Greeks fought for 9 years, and in the 10th we sacked the town of Priam, and sailed home. Some gods scattered the Greeks, and I was cursed by Zeus. I stayed for just 1 month at home, enjoying my children and my wife and my possessions. Some impulse made me want to sail to Egypt, with 9 ships and a godlike crew. I rushed to get the fleet prepared and gather up the men. I paid for many animals, to kill as sacrifices for the gods and for the men to cook and eat. We feasted 6 days, then on the 7th we embarked and sailed from Crete. A fair north wind was blowing so we could drift on easily, like floating downstream. No one got sick, and all our ships came through undamaged. We sat tight, and let the wind and pilot guide us overseas. In 5 days we had reached the river valley of Egypt, my fleet docked inside the Nile. I told the loyal men to wait and guard the ships while I sent scouts to check around from points of higher ground. But they indulged their own aggressive impulses, and started willfully doing damage to the fields of Egypt and enslaved the little children and women, and they killed the men. The news soon reached the city, people heard the screaming, and right away at dawn, they all arrived. The plain was filled with warriors on foot, and chariots, and gleaming bronze, and Zeus, the Lord of Lightning, caused my men to panic. They dared not keep on fighting, danger lurked on every side. Then many of my men were killed with sharp bronze spears, the rest were taken as slaves to work for them. I wish I too had died in Egypt. But more pain remained. Zeus put another plan into my mind. I took my helmet off my head and dropped me shield and sword, and unarmed I approached the king. Beside his chariot I grasped his knees and kissed them. He was merciful, he kept me safe, and took me home with him, 220 riding his chariot. My eyes were wet. Many Egyptians were enraged with me, and tried to kill me with their spears. The king protected me. He feared the wrath of Zeus, the god of strangers, who hates wickedness. I stayed there 7 years and gained great wealth. All the Egyptian people gave me gifts. But in the 8th, an avaricious man came from Phoenicia. He was good at lying, skilled and well practiced at exploiting people. He tricked me into going off with him back to Phoenicia, where he lived. I stayed a year, but when the hours and days and months had rolled around again, he made me sail over the seas to Libya, pretending that I would go with him to do some trading. His true plan was to sell me for a profit. I had suspicions, but I climbed on board. The ship sailed out with fair north wind behind her from Crete out into open sea. But Zeus 200 planned to destroy the crew. On leaving Crete, no other land was visible, but only the sea and sky. Zeus set a dark blue cloud across our ship that cast a shadow over the sea. He thundered and then hurled a bolt of lightning at the ship. The impact whirled the ship right round and filled her up with sulfur. The men fell overboard and all were swept away by waves, like cormorants beside the dark ship, and gods took away their chance 210 of getting home. But in my desperation Zeus rescued me. He put the sturdy mast into my hands. I clung to it and drifted, propelled by storm winds for 9 days. And on the 10th black night, the rolling waters swept me towards Thesprotia. There the king, named Phaedon, helped me without expecting recompense because his son had found me all worn out, chilled by the morning air. He took my hand, raised me and led me to his father's house, and dressed me. That was where I heard about Odysseus. The king said he had been a guest there on his journey home. The king showed me the treasure that Odysseus had gathered, gold and bronze and hard-worked iron. The royal stores contained enough to feed his family for 10 more generations. Odysseus, the king said, had gone off to Dodona, to ask the holy oak what Zeus intended. He had been too long away from fertile Ithaca. He wondered how best to get back home in some disguise or openly. The king then swore to me, pouring libations, that he had a boat prepared and crew picked out, to take him back to his dear homeland. But he sent me first. It happened some Thesprotians were already sailing towards grain-rich Dulichium. The king told them to treat me well and take me to King Acastus. But their hearts prefer Rheta. To bring me once again to misery. After the ship was out upon the sea, they plotted to enslave me. They stripped off my cloak and tunic, and tossed me these rags in which you see me now. And when night fell they came to Ithaca's bright fields, and tied me tightly with rope and left me on the ship, and quickly went ashore to get some dinner. The gods themselves unloosed my bonds, they slipped easily off. I pulled my ragged clothing over my head, slid down the smooth ship's plank and plunged chest forward in the sea. I swam fast with both arms, and quickly got away. I came ashore beside a flowering thicket and huddled there in fear. They stomped around, shouting, but in a while they gave up looking, and got back on the ship. The gods themselves hid me with ease, and brought me to this cottage, a wise man's home, because it is my fate to stay alive. Eumaeus, you replied, poor guest. Your tale of woe is very moving, but pointless. I will not believe a word about Odysseus. Why did you stoop to tell those silly lies? I know about my master's homecoming. The gods detest him, they loathe him, since they did not let him die at Troy or in his friends' arms, when the war was winding up, so that the Greeks could build a mound to glorify him and his son in times to come. The robber winds have snatched him. He has no glory now. I am a loner, I live here with the pigs, and do not go to town, except when wise Penelope calls me to share some news." The people cluster around her, asking questions, some in sorrow about their absent master, others glad to eat at his expense. I asked no questions, since an Aetolian fooled me with his lies. He came to my house, saying he had killed a man in distant parts and run away. I welcomed him. He said that he had seen Odysseus with Idomeneus in Crete, repairing ships that storms had wrecked. He promised that my lord would come in summer or harvest time, made rich by heaps of treasure, his crew complete. A god has brought you here, but do not try to trick me or make nice with lies. I will be kind to you, old man, not for your stories, but in fear of Zeus, the god of strangers, and because I feel pity for you." But sly Odysseus answered, "You are too skeptical. Despite my oath, I see you will not trust me. May the gods of Mount Olympus be our witness that if your master ever comes back home to this house, you will give me clothes to wear, and help me to Dulichium. I want to go there. But if he does not arrive, and I am wrong, your slaves can drive me over the cliff tops, so no other beggar tries to trick you." But the upright swineherd answered, "Yes, guest, I would be praised enormously among all men, now and in times to come, if I took you inside and welcomed you, then murdered you. And doing this, with what clean conscience could I pray to Zeus? In any case, now it is dinner time. My men should come inside, so we can cook delicious food." That was their conversation. In came the herdsmen, and they drove the pig sorrow into their usual pens to rest. There rose a mighty din of grunting pigs. The noble swineherd addressed his men. "Bring out the best pig for our guest, who comes from distant lands. And let us all enjoy ourselves. We suffer in bitter toil for these white-tusked pigs, while others eat the food we labor for, and give us nothing." With a keen bronze axe he chopped the wood. They brought a fattened pig of 5 years old and put it on the altar. 420 The swineherd's heart was good, he kept in mind the gods. He shaved the bristles off its head, and threw them in the fire, and prayed to all the gods, that through his ingenuity, his master would come home. He stretched up tall, and used a piece of oaken firewood to strike. The life departed, and they slit the throat and singed the hide, and chopped it up. The swineherd made an offering of meat, laid flesh across the fine rich fat, and put it upon the fire with barley grain on top, and sliced the rest and put it all on skewers, and roasted it with care, then drew the meat off and heaped it high on platters. Next he stood and served it out in 7 equal parts, the first with prayers for Hermes and the nymphs, and then he served the others to the men. He gave Odysseus the piece of honor, cut from the spine. His master was delighted, and said, "Eumaeus, may Zeus bless and love you. As I do, since you give me such good things." You answered him, "Swineherd Eumaeus, eat dear guest, enjoy it, simple though it is. Gods give, gods take away, as is their will, to gods all things are possible." With that, he made the sacrifices to the gods, poured a libation from the bright red wine, then gave Odysseus, the city sacker, the cup. At last the swineherd sat to eat. Maesalius served the food that was the slavka bought by Eumaeus in his master's absence, with no help from his mistress or lairds. He traded him from Tapians. They all reached out to take the good things set before them. When they had had enough of food and drink, Maesalius cleared things away. The men were full of bread and meat, and wanting sleep. Night fell, a moonless, bitter night. Zeus rained continually, wet Zephyr blew his hardest. Odysseus, to test out if Eumaeus was kind enough to take his own cloak off, or tell another man to do it, said, "Eumaeus and you others, all of you. I want to brag a little. I am dizzy, under the influence of wine, which makes even the wisest people sing and giggle and dance and say things best not spoken. Since I have begun this blabbering, here goes, we'll be honest. I wish I was young and strong again. As when we planned an ambush under the walls of Troy, the leading men were Menelaus and Odysseus, and I was chosen as the third commander. When we had reached the city wall, we lay in bushes, reeds, and marshes, hiding under our shields. Night fell, harsh and icy cold, with north wind and a sleet like snow, so cold the ice grew on our weapons. All the others had cloaks, they slept in comfort, tucked beneath their shields. But I had foolishly forgotten my cloak and left it, not expecting cold. I carried just my shield and shining belt. In the last part of night, as stars were setting, I went near to Odysseus and nudged him. He listened to me carefully. I said, "Your Majesty, Odysseus, great general, I am about to die from this cold weather. I have no cloak. Some spirit tricked me into wearing my tunic only, now there is no way to fix it." Instantly he thought of this solution. What a strategist and fighter! Very quietly he whispered, "Hush now, do not let any of the others hear you." He propped his head up on his elbow, and told them, "Listen, friends. I had a dream sent by the gods. We moved too far away from where the ships are. Someone needs to speak to Agamemnon, shepherd of the people, and tell him to send more troops here." At that, Thoas the son of Andraimon leapt up, took off his purple cloak and sprinted down towards the ships. I snuggled down in comfort under his cloak till golden dawn shone bright. If only I was young and strong again. Then one of these pig keepers on this farm would give a cloak to me, both from respect and friendship. As it is, they all despise me for wearing dirty rags." "Eumaeus," you replied, "that was a splendid tale, old man, it worked. You will get all the clothes and things 510 a poor old beggar needs at least for now. But in the morning, you will have to put your old rags on again. We only have one outfit each, no spares. My master's son will give you clothes when he arrives, and help you to travel on wherever you desire." With that, he stood and set a bed for him beside the fire, and threw on it some skins of sheep and goats. Odysseus lay down. Eumaeus tucked him in a big thick cloak, 52 his extra one, for really bitter weather. Odysseus went to sleep, the young men slept beside him. But the swineherd did not like to sleep so distant from the pigs, he started to leave. Odysseus was glad the slave took good care of his absent master's things. Eumaeus slung his sharp sword belt across his well-toned back, and wrapped around himself his wind-proof cloak and fine big furry goat skin. He took a sharpened knife to ward away humans or dogs, and he went off to sleep out where the pigs with silver tusks were sleeping. A hanging rock protected them from wind. Book 15. The prince returns. Athena went to Sparta, to ensure the safe return of Prince Telemachus. She found him with Pisistratus, both lying on Menelaus' porch, and Nestor's son was fast asleep, but no sweet slumber held Telemachus. His worries for his father kept him awake all through God-given night. Owl-eyed Athena stood by him and said, "Telemachus, you should no longer travel so far from home, abandoning your wealth, with greedy men at home. You must watch out, they may divide and eat up all your wealth, and make your journey useless. Quickly ask for help from Menelaus to get home, so you may find your mother safe and blameless. Her father and her brothers are already telling her she should wed Eurymachus. He is the one most generous with gifts to her and to her father. Do not let her take any items from the house, without your full consent. You know how women are, they want to help the house of any man they many. When one darling husband dies, his wife forgets him, and her children by him. She does not even ask how they are doing. Let your best slave girl watch your property, until the gods give you your own wife. Also, I have more news, take note. There is a gang of suitors lurking in the stream between your Ithaca and rocky Same. Woeo have plans to kill you on your journey home. But I suspect that some of those who waste your wealth will soon be lying under earth. Now steer your ship far distant from the islands, and sail both day and night. Some god who guards and watches over you will send fair wind behind your sails. When you first reach the shore of Ithaca, your men must drag the ship up to the town, while you first go and visit the swineherd, who is better than most slaves. 40 Spend the night there. Tell him to go to town to tell Penelope that you have come safely back home from Pylos. With these words the goddess went back up to Mount Olympus. He woke the son of Nestor with a kick, and said to him, Pisistratus, go fetch the horses, get them harnessed to the carriage, and let us hurry on our way. He answered, Telemachus, this is impossible, for us to drive when it is pitch-black night, however eager we may be to travel. Dawn will come soon. Wait till great Menelaus comes out to bring us presents in his carriage, and sends us on our way with friendly words. A generous host is sure to be remembered as long as his guests live. Then all at once dawn on her golden throne lit up the sky. King Menelaus got up from the bed he shared with fair-haired Helen and approached them. Seeing him on his way, Telemachus put on his bright white tunic, and then slung his mighty sword across his sturdy shoulders. So in a warlike guise, the well-loved son of godlike King Odysseus stood near and spoke to Menelaus. Royal son of Atreus, now, please, send me home now, to my beloved country. My heart yearns to go back home. And Menelaus answered, Telemachus, I will not keep you here if you are truly desperate for home. I disapprove of too much friendliness and of too much standoffishness. A balance is best. To force a visitor to stay is just as bad as pushing him to go. Be kind to guests while they are visiting, then help them on their way. So friend, remain just till I fetch some splendid gifts to pile onto your carriage. Wait till you see them. We'll instruct the women to prepare a banquet in the hall from our rich stores. Feasting before a long trip brings you honor, it also makes good sense. And if you want to have me travel with you all through Greece, I shall yoke up my horses and escort you through every town, and everywhere we go we will be given gifts: a fine bronze tripod, a cauldron, or 2 mules, or golden cups. Telemachus replied, King Menelaus, I want to go home right away. I have no one back there to watch my property. So I would not want to die while I am searching for father, or to lose my wealth at home. So General Menelaus shouted out to tell his wife and female slaves to make a feast from his rich stores. Idomeneus got out of bed and came. He lived nearby. The general boomed out orders, light the fire and roast the meat. The slave obeyed. Meanwhile, his master went inside the fragrant room containing treasures. Helen went with him 100 megapenthes. There he took a goblet, 2-handled, and he told his son to bring a silver bowl. And Helen stood beside the chests in which she kept the special clothes that she had worked with her own hands. She lifted the most elaborate and largest robe that shone like starlight under all the rest. Then they went through the palace till they reached Telemachus. And fair-haired Menelaus said to him, "May great Zeus, the Lord of Thunder, Ilo husband of Hera, make your wish come true. May you go back home safely. I will give you the best of all my treasure, as a mark of deep respect, a bowl of solid silver, circled with gold." Hephaestus fashioned it. The king of Sidon, Photimus, bestowed it on me when I was at his house, en route for home. Now take it, it is yours. He gave the goblet first, and Megapenthes brought the shining silver bowl and put it down in front of him. Then Helen's lovely cheeks flushed as she moved in close. She held the robe and said, "Sweet boy, I also have a gift, crafted by my own hands. Remember, Helen, when your own wedding day at last arrives, and let your bride wear this. Until that time, your mother should take care of it. I wish you great joy. I hope you reach your well-built home, and fatherland." She handed it to him, he took it gladly. Prince Pisistratus took all the gifts and packed them in the luggage, and marveled at them in his heart. The king led them inside, they sat on chairs. A slave girl brought out a beautiful gold water pitcher and silver bowl so she could wash their hands. She set a polished table at their side. Another lowly girl brought bread and food of every kind. Boethoetes began to carve and serve the meat. The king's son poured the wine for everyone. They helped themselves to all the delicacies spread before them. When they were satisfied, Telemachus and Nestor's son strapped on the horses' harness, and yoked them to the chariot and drove off from the echoing portico and gate. But Menelaus ran up just behind them, holding a golden cup of honeyed wine in his right hand, so they could pour libations before they left. He stopped in front of them and spreading wide his arms said, "Boys, good luck. Give Nestor my best wishes. He was always as kind as any father while we Greeks were making war in Troy." Telemachus said carefully, "Yes, King, when we go there we will pass on what you have said. I hope I may go back to Ithaca and meet Odysseus. Good luck to match my fortune in all your generosity and kindness." Then on the right an eagle flew, it held a big white goose clutched in its claws, a tame one, caught from the yard. The people, men and women, were running round and yelling after it. It darted on the right beside the boys, and flew before their horses. They were all delighted. Nestor's son was first to speak. "My lord, King Menelaus, what do you think? Was this a sign sent by some god for us? Or sent for you?" And Menelaus, favorite of Ares, wondered how he ought to answer. But Helen cut in first and said, "Now listen, and I will make a prophecy. The gods have put it in my heart and I believe it will come true. Just as the eagle flew down from the mountains where he has his home with chicks and parents, seizing this tame goose, so will Odysseus, who has been gone so long and has endured so much, come back and take revenge. Indeed, he is already at home and planting ruin for the suitors." Telemachus replied, "May thundering Zeus Leo fulfill your prophecy at once. If so, I would bow down to you as to a goddess." He whipped the horses and they galloped off through the town center to the open plain. All day the harness rattled as they ran. But when the sun went down and it grew dark, they came to Pheræ, home of Diocles, son of Ortolachus, who was the son of Alpheus. He welcomed them and there they spent the night. When rosy-fingered dawn the early morn appeared, they yoked the horses, climbed in the chariot, and drove away from the resounding portico and gate. The horses flew with gusto at the whip. Soon they were near the rocky town of Pylos. Telemachus then asked Pisistratus, "Would you do me a favor? We are friends because our fathers have been friends forever, and we are age mates, and this trip has made us even more intimate. Please do not bring me 200 beyond my ship, but leave me here, in case the old man forces me to visit him and be his guest. I long to get back home. I have to go, and fast." The son of Nestor wondered how he should best respond. He thought upon reflection he should turn the horses back to the ship and shore beside the sea. There he took out the splendid gifts and clothes and gold from Menelaus, and he packed them inside the stern, and told Telemachus, 210 hurry. Embark now. Get your crew in too, before I get back home and tell my father that you are here. I know him, he is stubborn. He will not let you go, he will come here to fetch you, and he surely will not leave without you. He will be in such a rage. With that, he spurred the horses. Long manes flowing, they galloped to the citadel of Pylos. Telemachus gave orders, "Make it all ship-shape, my friends, and get on board, so when can start our journey." Quickly they obeyed and sat along the benches. As he worked, with prayers and sacrifices to Athena, a foreigner approached him, who had killed a man in Argos and had run away. He was a prophet and descended from Melampus, who once lived in Pylos, land of sheep. Melampus had been rich, and owned a palace, but he left his home, escaping from Neleus, a proud, important man who seized all his great wealth while he was trapped and tortured in the house of Phylacus, because a fury put inside his mind a dangerous obsession with the daughter of Neleus. He managed to escape, and drove the cattle, lowing loudly, off from Phyllis to Pylos. He avenged the wrong that Neleus had done to him, and brought the woman to his brother's house as wife, then went to Argos, home of horses, since there it was his destiny to rule the multitude of Argives, and he had 2 strong sons, Mantius, and Antiphates, who fathered the heroic Oicles, whose son was Amphiaraus, the warlord, whom Zeus who holds the aegis and Apollo adored wholeheartedly. But he did not live to old age, since he was killed at Thebes, because his wife took bribes. He had 2 sons, Amphilochus and Alcmaeon. The sons of Mantius were Clitus, snatched by dawn to join the gods, because he was so handsome, and Polypheides, whom Apollo gave the best prophetic skill of any mortal after Amphiaraus had died. This prophet grew angry with his father, and migrated to Hypersia, and there he told fortunes for everyone. It was his son, named Theoclymenus, who had approached Telemachus while he was pouring wines, and praying to the gods. The stranger said, "My friend, I find you making sacrifices. I beg you, by religion, by the gods, and by your life and your men's lives, who are you? Who are your parents? What is your hometown?" Telemachus said, "Stranger, I will tell you. I come from Ithaca, my father is Odysseus he was. He must have died some dreadful death by now. It was for him I got this ship and crew. I sailed to seek 270 news of my absent father." And the stranger replied, "L2M far from home. I killed a man of my own tribe, and I have many brothers and kinsmen, powerful in Argos, so I am on the run. They want to kill me. I have been doomed to homelessness. But please, let me on board your ship. I come to you in desperation, otherwise I will surely be killed. Those men are after me." Telemachus said, "Yes, you can join us on board our ship. And what we have is yours, you are our guest." He took the stranger's spear, laid it on deck, then climbed on board himself, sat at the stern, and had his guest sit down beside him at the stern. They loosed the ropes. Telemachus gave orders to the men to seize the tackle. Promptly they obeyed, and raised the wooden mast and fastened it into the socket, binding it with 4 stays, and hauled the white sail up with leather cables. 25 Sharp-eyed Athena sent fair wind that gusted a wild explosive breath through bright clear sky. The ship began to race across the sea, past Crowne and the lovely streams of Chalcis. The sun went down and all the world was dark. Impelled by wind from Zeus, the ship sped on past Phia and they came to famous Elis ruled by the Epeians. From there they steered towards the Needle Islands, still unsure if they would die. Meanwhile, Odysseus 200 was having dinner with the noble swineherd inside the cottage, and the other men were eating with them. After they were done, Odysseus began to test the swineherd, to see if he would be hospitable, and ask him to stay there, out on the farm, or send him into town. He said, "Eumaeus, listen, and listen all of you. At dawn I plan to go to town to beg. I have no wish to be a burden to you all. I only need directions and a guide who can go with me. I will roam around the city on my own, in search of drink and crusts of bread, so it must be. And if I reach the house of King Odysseus, I plan to tell Penelope my news, and mingle with the high and mighty suitors. They may give me some food from their rich stores. I could do anything they want at once. I have the capability." You see. Hermes the messenger, the god who gives favor and glorifies all human labor, has blessed me with unrivaled skill in all domestic tasks, fire laying, splitting logs, carving and roasting meat, and pouring wine. I can do all the chores poor people do to serve the rich." But angrily you said, "Eumaeus, no. Why would you think of this? You would be killed if you set foot among that horde of suitors. Their aggression reaches in the iron sky. And those who wait on them are not like you. They are young men, well dressed, with bright clean hair and handsome faces, serving the bread and wine and meat, piled high upon their polished tables. Stay here. No one minds your presence, not myself, nor my companions. And when Odysseus' son arrives, he will provide a proper cloak and tunic, and help you travel where your heart desires." Odysseus, experienced in pain, answered, "I hope Zeus loves you as I do, since you have saved me from the agonies of wandering. The worst thing humans suffer is homelessness. We must endure this life because of desperate hunger. We endure, as migrants with no home. But since you now want me to stay and wait for your young master, tell me about Odysseus' parents." His father, when he left, was on the threshold of age. "Are they alive still? Have they died?" He answered, "Stranger, I will tell you truly. Laertes is alive, but he is always praying to Zeus to let him pass away in his own home. He feels such desperate grief about his son and his beloved wife, whose death made him so heartbroken. He aged before his time. She died a dreadful death, a death I would not wish for any friend grieving her absent son, the famous hero. While she was still alive, despite her sadness too, she used to like to talk and chat with me. She brought me up herself with her own daughter, strong, pretty to mean, her youngest child. She raised us both together, treating me almost as equal, just a little less. And when we came of age, they sent the girl to Same, for a hefty bridal price. The mother dressed me in fine clothes, a cloak and tunic, tying sandals on my feet, and sent me to the country. But she still loved me with all her heart. I miss them both. The blessed gods have made my work here prosper, so I have had enough to eat and drink and give to guests. But I hear no good news about my mistress. Ruin has befallen the house from those invaders. All her slaves miss talking to their owner, getting gossip, sharing some food and drink with her, and taking scraps to the fields with them, the kind of thing that makes slaves happy. And Odysseus exclaimed, Eumaeus! What a little child you were when you were taken far from home and from your parents. Tell me more. Did they live in a city that was sacked? Or was it bandits that found you, herding sheep or cows alone? Did they seize hold of you and put you into their ship, and sell you for a profit in this man's house? The swineherd answered him, Since you have asked this question, stranger, listen, enjoy my story, sitting quietly as drinking your wine. These nights are magical, with time enough to sleep and to enjoy hearing a tale. You need not sleep too early, it is unhealthy. Any other man who feels the need of sleep should go lie down, get up at dawn, have breakfast, and go herd the master's pigs. But let us, you and L, sit in my cottage over food and wine, and take some joy in hearing how much pain we each have suffered. After many years of agony and absence from one's home, a person can begin enjoying grief. I will tell you my story as you ask. There is an island, you may know it, called Syria, where the sun turns round, above ODYSSEY. It has few inhabitants, but it is good land, rich in sheep and wine and grain. No famine ever hurts those there, nor any deadly sickness. They grow old, and with their gentle arrows, Artemis and silver-bowed Apollo cause their death. The land is split into two provinces. My father Odysseus was king of both. Then avaricious merchants came, Phoenicians, skilled sailors, with great piles of treasure stored in their black ship. And in my father's house there was a woman from Phoenicia, tall and beautiful and skilled in many arts. Those clever rascals tricked her. One of them first found her washing clothes beside the ship, and lay with her. Sex sways all women's minds, even the best of them. And then he asked her where she was from and who she was. She showed him my father's palace, and she said, "I'm from Sidon, rich in bronze. I am the daughter of wealthy Erebus. As I was walking back from the fields one day, some Tappian pirates kidnapped me, brought me here to this man's house, and sold me to him, for a tidy sum." Her secret lover said, "Then would you like to go back home with us, and see your parents and your fine home again? They are alive and quite rich now." The woman said, "Oh, yes, I would. If all you sailors swear an oath to bring me safely home." At that, they swore as she had asked, and made their solemn vows. And then the woman said, "You must keep mum, and none of you can even speak to me if you bump into me beside the road or at the water fountain, otherwise someone might tell the old man at the house. Then he would get suspicious, chain me up, and plan to have you killed. Remember this, bear it in mind, and do your trading quickly, and when your ship is full of stores to take back home with you, send news to me, and fast. Will bring gold with me as well, whatever wealth I can find to hand. I also want to give another gift to pay my fare. I take care of my master's clever son Asso, who always runs around outside with me. I will bring him on board, and he will fetch a pretty price from foreigners." With that, she went back to the palace. For a year they stayed with us, accumulating wealth by trading, and they filled their ship's hold up. When it was time to go, they sent a man to tell the woman at my father's house. He was a very cunning man. He wore a golden necklace strung with amber beads. The slave girls in the palace and my mother stared and began to finger it and ask how much it cost. He nodded to the woman in silence, and then went back to the ship. She took me by the hand and led me out into the forecourt, where she found some cups left on the tables by my father's men who had been banqueting, and now had gone to council. They were having a debate. She took 3 cups and hid them in her dress 470 and carried them away with her. I followed, knowing no better. As the sun went down, we hurried through the dark streets to the harbor. There was the swift Phoenician ship. They all embarked, put us on board as well, and sailed over the watery waves. Zeus sent fair wind. For 7 days we sailed, and on the 8th, Artemis struck the woman with her arrows. She crashed into the ship's hold like a seagull. They threw her overboard to feed the fish and seals, and I was left there, broken-hearted. The current carried them to Ithaca, and then Laertes bought me with his wealth. That was the way my eyes first saw this land. Odysseus replied, "My heart is touched to hear the story of your sufferings, Eumaeus. In the end, though, Zeus has blessed you, since after going through all that, you came to live with someone kind, a man who gives you plenty to eat and drink. Your life is good. But as for me, I am still lost. I trekked through many towns before I wandered here." So went their conversation. Then they slept for just a little while. Dawn soon arrived upon her throne. Meanwhile, Telemachus drew near the mainland. Lowering the sail nimbly, his men took down the mast and rowed to anchorage. They cast the mooring stones, and tied the cables from the stern, then climbed out in the surf, and waded into shore. There they made dinner, mixing bright red wine. When they had had enough to eat and drink, the boy said sensibly, "You all should drag the ship towards the town, while I go visit the herdsmen in the fields of my estate. Then I will come to town, at evening time. At dawn, I will provide a feast for you of meat and wine." Then Theoclymenus asked him, "But where shall I go, my dear boy? To whose house? One of those who rule this land? Or should I go at once to your own mother in your house?" And Telemachus replied, "Well, ordinarily I would invite you. We are good hosts. But as it is best not, for your own sake. I will not be at home, and mother will not see you. She is weaving upstairs upon her loom. She does not want the suitors seeing her. So I suggest you go to someone else's house." The son of skillful Polybus, Eurymachus. The Ithacans look at him as a god. He is the dominant suitor and the keenest on marrying my mother and acquiring the riches of Odysseus. Zeus knows the future, he alone. Eurymachus may die a dreadful death before that marriage." As he said this, a bird flew on his right. A hawk, Apollo's messenger. It clutched a pigeon in its talons, feathers scattered between the ship and young Telemachus. 520 Then Theoclymenus called him aside and grasped him by the hand, and said to him, "Telemachus, some god has sent this bird to fly on your right hand." I knew at once it was a sign. No family in all of Ithaca has greater power. You are the king's forever. He replied, "Oh, stranger! I hope your words come true. If so, I would give you so many gifts to show my friendship that everyone you met would be impressed." And then he told his faithful man, Piraeus, "You were most trustworthy of those who came with me to Pylos. Let this stranger come to your own house, be kind to him and give him a cordial welcome till I come." Piraeus answered, "However long you are away, we'll take care of him." And then he climbed aboard and told the men to come as well, and loose the cables. which they did, and sat down on the benches. Then Telemachus tied on his sandals, and took from the deck his sharp bronze spear. The men untied the ropes and sailed towards the town, just as the son of great Odysseus had ordered them. The boy walked quickly till he reached the farmyard. Hundreds of pigs were there, and with them slept the swineherd who knew how to help his masters. Book 16 Father and son. At dawn the swineherd and Odysseus made breakfast, lit the fire, and sent the herdsmen out with the pigs that they had rounded up. The dogs, that as a rule would bark at strangers, were quiet when they saw Telemachus. They panted at him. When Odysseus saw how they acted, and heard footsteps coming, he said, "Eumaeus, someone must be coming. A friend or somebody you know." The dogs are friendly, with no barking. "I can hear 10 footsteps." He hardly finished, when his son, his own dear son, was there inside the gate. Amazed, the swineherd jumped up, letting fall the cups in which he had been mixing wine. It spilled. He ran towards his master, kissed his face and shining eyes and both his hands, and wept. Just as a father, when he sees his own dear son, his only son, his dear most precious boy, returned from foreign lands after 10 years of grieving for his loss, 20 welcomes him, so the swineherd wrapped his arms around godlike Telemachus and kissed him, as if he were returning from the dead. With tears still in his eyes he said, "Sweet light! You have come back, Telemachus. I thought that I would never see you any more, after you sailed to Pylos. My dear child, come in, let me enjoy the sight of you now you are back. Come in. You do not often come to the countryside to see us herders. 20 You stay in town to watch that evil horde of suitors." And Telemachus replied warily, "Grandpa, yes, I will come in. I came to see you here with my own eyes, and hear if mother still stays in the house, or if some other man has married her already, and Odysseus' bed is empty, full of ugly spiderwebs." The swineherd, the commander, said, "Indeed, her heart is loyal. She is in your house, 40 weeping by night and sad by day." He took Telemachus' sword. The boy came in, crossing the stony threshold, and his father offered his seat. Telemachus refused, saying, "You sit there, stranger. I can find a chair around my hut. The slave can help." Odysseus went back and sat back down. The swineherd spread fresh brushwood and a fleece on top, so that Telemachus could sit. 50 He set the bread in baskets and brought meat, left over from the meal the day before. He mixed some wine up in a wooden bowl, and sat down opposite Odysseus. They reached to take the good things set before them. When they were satisfied, Telemachus turned to the noble swineherd. "Tell me, Grandpa, where did this stranger come from? By what route did sailors bring him here? And who were they? He surely did not walk to Ithaca." Eumaeus answered, "El will tell you, child. He is from Crete. He says he wandered, lost through many towns, so some god spun his fate. Now he has run away from the Thesprotians who brought him, and arrived here on my farm. He is all yours, your suppliant, to treat however you desire." Telemachus said anxiously, "This news of yours, Eumaeus, is very worrying to me. How can I invite him to my house? I am too young to fight back with my fists if someone picks a fight with me. My mother is unsure if she should stay with me and show respect towards her husband's bed and public gossip, and keep on taking care of things at home, or marry one of them, whichever suitor asserts himself, and brings most lavish gifts. But since this man has come here, to your house, will dress him in fine clothes, cloak and tunic, and sandals for his feet, and give a sword, 20 and help him on his way. If you are willing, keep him here in the farmhouse, care for him. We'll send you some clothes and all his food, so he will be no bother to these men or you. I will not let him go to meet the suitors, they are much too violent. I would be mortified if they abused him. It would be difficult for one man, even a strong one, to do anything to them, they are too many. Then Odysseus, so frustrated, said, My friend, it is my duty to speak out when I hear the dreadful things those suitors have been doing in your house, against your will, it breaks my heart. You are a good man. Tell me, did you choose to let them bully you? Have the Ithacians been turned against you by some god? Or do you blame your brothers, who should be a man's supporters when conflict comes? If only I had youth to match my will. I wish I were the son of great Odysseus, or that I were the man himself come home from wandering. We can still hope. Let someone chop my head off, if I would not destroy them when I came inside the palace of Odysseus. And if I lost, since I am only one against so many, I would rather die in my own house, than watch such crimes committed. Strangers dishonored. Slave girls dragged around, raped in my lovely home. Men wasting wine and bread for nothing. For this waiting game. Telemachus said soberly, will explain the situation to you, stranger. The Ithacians are not my enemies, and I do not have brothers I can blame. Zeus gave my family a single line. Arceus had just one son, Laertes, who had Odysseus, his only son, and he had me, his only son, whom he left back at home. He had no joy of me. And now there are so many cruel invaders, since all the toughest men from all the islands from Same and Dulichium and wooded Zacynthus, and all those who hold command in rocky Ithaca, have come to court my mother, wasting all my wealth. She does not refuse the awful prospect of remarriage, nor can she end the courtship. They keep eating, consuming my whole house, and soon they may destroy me too. These things lie with the gods. Now Grandpa, you must hurry to the queen, and tell her I am safe back home from Pylos. I will stay here while you tell her. Just her, do not let any others hear the news, since many people want to plot my death. Eumaeus, you replied, understand. But tell me, on this same trip, should I go and tell poor old Laertes? For a while he used to watch the fields and join the slaves for dinner at the house, when in the mood, despite his grief for lost Odysseus. But since your ship set sail away to Pylos, they say he has stopped eating, will not drink, and does not go to check the fields. He sits, weeping and sobbing, worn to skin and bone. Telemachus said calmly, that is sad, distressing news. But no, leave him alone. If human wishes could come true, my first would be to have my father come back home. Take her your message, hurry back, and do not trail round the countryside to look for him. Tell mother she should send a girl in secret to run to old Laertes with the news. At that, the swineherd tied his sandals on, and started off towards the town. Athena noticed him leaving from the yard, and stood beside him as a woman, tall and skillful, and beautiful. Odysseus could see her, standing beside the entrance to the cottage. Telemachus could not. The gods are not 1G0 equally visible to everyone. The dogs could see her, but they did not bark. They whimpered and slunk back across the room in fear. She raised her eyebrows. With a nod, he understood and came out, past the wall, and stood beside her. Then Athena told him, Odysseus, great strategist, it is time for your son to know the truth. Together you have to plan how you will kill the suitors. Then both of you go into town. IWI11170 join you there soon myself, indeed I am itching to fight. And then Athena touched him, using a golden wand, and dressed him up in fine clean cloak and tunic, and she made him taller and younger looking. He became tanned, and his cheeks filled out, and on his chin the beard grew dark. And so her work was done, and off she flew. Odysseus went in. His son was startled and looked down, afraid in case it was a god. His words flew out. "Stranger, you look so different from before. Your clothes, your skin, I think that you must be some god who has descended from the sky. Be kind to us, and we will sacrifice, and give you golden treasures. Pity us." Long-suffering Odysseus replied, "I am no god. Why would you think such things? I am your father, that same man you mourn. It is because of me these brutal men are hurting you so badly." Then he kissed 130 his son and cried, tears pouring down his cheeks. He had been holding back till then. The boy did not yet trust it really was his father, and said, "No, you are not Odysseus, my father. Some god must have cast a spell, to cause me further pain. No mortal man could manage such a thing by his own wits, becoming old and young again unless some god appeared and did it all with ease. You certainly were old just now, and wearing 200 those dirty rags. Now you look like a god." Artful Odysseus said sharply, "No, Telemachus, you should not be surprised to see your father. It is me, no other is on his way. I am Odysseus. I suffered terribly, and I was lost, but after 20 years, I have come home. As for the way I look, Athena did it. The goddess can transform me as she likes, sometimes a homeless beggar, then she makes me look like a young man, wearing princely clothes. For heavenly gods it is not difficult to make a mortal beautiful or ugly." With that, he sat back down. Telemachus hurled his arms round his father, and he wept. They both felt deep desire for lamentation, and wailed with cries as shrill as birds, like eagles or vultures, when the hunters have deprived them of fledglings who have not yet learned to fly. That was how bitterly they wept. Their grievings would have continued till the sun went down, but suddenly Telemachus said, "Father, by what route did the sailors bring you here, to Ithaca? And who were they? I know you did not walk." Odysseus replied, "Son, I will tell you everything. Phaeacians, famous for navigation, brought me here. They always help their guests travel onward. I slept as their ship sped across the ocean, they set me down on Ithaca, still sleeping. No, they brought me marvelous gifts of gold and bronze and clothing, which are lying in a cave, since gods have willed it so. Athena told me to come here and make plans with you to kill our enemies. How many suitors are there? What kind of men are they? I am well known for my intelligence, and I will plot to work out if we two alone can fight them, or if we might need others helping us." Telemachus considered, then said, "Father, I always heard how excellent you are, at fighting with a spear, and making plans. But what you said just now, it is too much. We cannot fight, the two of us, against such strong men, and so many there are dozens, not just a handful. Let me tell you quickly the number of the suitors. 52 came from Dulichium, all top-notch fighters, who brought 6 henchmen. 24 men came from Same, 20 more from Zacynthus, and from right here on Ithaca came 12, all strong young men. They have a houseboy with them, named Medon, and a poet, and 2 slaves well trained in carving meat. If we attack when all those men are crowded in the house, I am afraid you will be paying back their violence at all too high a price. Think harder, can we find some kind of helper, willing to fight for us?" Odysseus said, "Do you think Athena and her father, Zeus, would be strong enough to keep us safe? Would any other help be necessary?" Telemachus replied, "The ones you mention are good defenders. They sit high among the clouds, and they control both men and gods." The veteran Odysseus replied, "Those 2 will quickly join the heat of battle when we begin to grapple with the suitors, when in my house the god of war is testing our fighting force and theirs. Go back at dawn, and join those overconfident young men. The swineherd will escort me into town. I will again be looking like a beggar. If they abuse me and you see me suffer, you must restrain yourself, repress your feelings, even if they are pelting me with weapons, and even if they grab me by the foot to hurl me out. Just watch, and keep your temper. Politely tell them they should stop this folly. They will ignore you. Truly now their day of doom is near at hand. Now listen hard. Athena, my best co-conspirator, will nudge my heart, and I will nod to you. Then you must find all weapons in the house that could be used for fighting, go and hide them away inside the upstairs storage room. And when the suitors ask where they have gone, fob them off, saying, 'They were near the fire, so I removed them from the breath of smoke, since they were getting damaged, they were losing the luster that they used to have, before Odysseus went off to Troy.' Praise Zeus! I thought of something even more important. If you get drunk you may start quarreling, and hurt each other. Then your lovely dinner sand courtship will be ruined. Arms themselves can prompt a man to use them. Tell them that. Leave out 2 swords, 2 spears, and 2 thick shields for you and me to grab before we rush to ambush them. Athena will bewitch them, Zeus helped by sharp-wit Zeus. And one more thing, if you are my true son, of my own blood, let no one know that I am in the house. Laertes and the swineherd must not know, nor any of the slave girls, and not even Penelope, until we have determined the women's attitude. We also must test the male slaves, and see who has respect and fears me in his heart, and who does not, and who looks up to you as Odysseus." His glowing son said, "Father, you will see my courage in the moment. I am tough. But it would take too long to go around and test each man like that, and all the while, the suitors would be sitting in your house, wasting your wealth with heedless partying. So reconsider. I agree you should find out about the women which of them are innocent, and which dishonor you. However, I have no desire to traipse around to test the men, we can do that later, if Zeus reveals a sign to you." Such was their conversation. Then the ship in which Telemachus had gone to Pylos docked in the bay of Ithaca's main town. They disembarked and dragged the ship onto shore. The slaves brought out the splendid gifts and weapons and took them to the house of Clytius.